Chapter 904. Impossible. How? How is this possible? Suddenly, an extremely furious roar sounded out. Hutu, who was blasted flying by Yi Xian, returned. Her originally graceful and luxurious temperament no longer existed, and her black hair was extremely messy. How could she have the bearing of a saint? At this moment, Hutu seemed to have suffered an enormous blow, as if she'd fallen into a deranged obsession. Her gaze towards Yi Xian was filled with a complicated and incomprehensible feeling. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You don't have the heavenly ways saint aura. You haven't become a saint. How can you have saint power in your body? Hutu crazily roared as she looked at Yi Xian with an expression of extreme shock. The black holy energy that Yi Xian had released just now was too terrifying, causing her to feel a fear of death in her heart. Even her holy light of samsara was annihilated by this force. However, Hutu was very puzzled. Yi Xian didn't have the heavenly ways saint aura, and the saint power that burst out was different from any other saint. What was going on? You've become a saint. Hutu gradually calmed down. She didn't attack Yi Xian again, because the attack just now made Hutu understand that Yi Xian's cultivation was not below hers. Even if they fought again, it would be useless. Become a saint? Yi Xian laughed self-deprecatingly, as if he had heard a great joke. He finally felt what Yuan Ling felt at that moment. These so-called saints seemed to have the cultivation of Tongtian, but in fact, their vision was not high. They were only frogs at the bottom of a well. They didn't know what the true meaning of becoming a saint was. The so-called merit saint was already their end. The holy road is far away. Your so-called saint aura is just a joke in my eyes, Yi Xian whispered indifferently. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Hutu's expression changed. She carefully sensed Yi Xian's aura, but the more she sensed Yi Xian's aura, the more Hutu's heart shook. Returning to one's original state, the great Tao is the simplest. Without the support of the heavenly Tao, you only have the aura of a sage to be, but you have the cultivation of a sage. How is this possible? Hutu whispered in surprise. Her eyes trembled as she looked at Yi Xian. There was great fear in her eyes. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't feel the slightest bit of shock from Hutu. He only narrowed his eyes as he looked at Hutu and said, "Our karma has already been settled. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. However, this emperor hopes that you can take care of yourself. If you die right after becoming a saint, this isn't something that you, Hutu, want to experience, right?" A threat, a blatant threat. This was Yi Xian's attitude at the moment. It also made Hutu's face turn red. The reincarnation holy light burst out, but she didn't attack Yi Xian. The Wu tribe rose because of you, so protect the Wu tribe well. But I want to tell you that the ancient demon court has already submitted to me. From now on, the demon tribe will be under my protection. You'd better restrain the Wu tribe and not make things difficult for them. Otherwise. Yi Xian said calmly, but he didn't continue. Obviously, the following words were self-evident. Let's go. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and strode out of the Hutu palace. This also made the two demon emperors and thousands of demons follow him in a daze. They felt that everything they had experienced was not so real. At this moment, Hutu clenched her fists tightly and stared at Yi Xian's back as he left. Her face was extremely red. She wanted to say something and suppress Yi Xian, but in the end, she let Yi Xian leave without stopping him. Yi Xian, Yi Tiandi, I underestimated you. Hutu let out a long sigh as if she had aged a lot at this moment. A bitter expression appeared on her face. The cultivation that Yi Xian had displayed today had shocked Hutu. She was even more afraid of Yi Xian, and something called fear had grown in her heart. Hutu wasn't afraid of Yi Xian's cultivation. Although Yi Xian's cultivation wasn't weaker than hers, Yi Xian couldn't kill her. Their cultivation was about the same. In fact, the real reason why Hudu was afraid of Yi Xian was because of Yi Xian's methods and his mysterious way of doing things. Hudu felt like she was a doll that was controlled by Yi Xian. This feeling suddenly appeared in her heart, and it was also the reason why she was afraid of Yi Xian. 30,000 years ago, she had no chance of becoming a saint. It was Yi Xian who strangely gave her the primordial violet vapor that allowed her to become a saint. Primordial violet vapor was a supreme treasure that could allow someone to become a saint, yet Yi Xian gave it to her. Couldn't Yi Xian use it to become a saint? Why did he do this? Today, after 30,000 years, Yi Xian appeared before her again. Although he hadn't become a saint, his cultivation wasn't inferior to hers. Yi Xian was plotting something earth-shattering. This was Hudu's intuition. Not only was he plotting against her, he might be plotting against other saints as well. Her hair stood on end while her body and mind trembled. When she thought of this possibility, she felt as if she had fallen into an eternal winter. Her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Without Tongtian's cultivation, Yi Xian wouldn't dare to come here. I'm afraid that once the Heaven Mender festival starts, Yi Xian will settle the old karma with Nuwa. I can't participate in this matter. Hudu finally calmed down and murmured to herself, Yi Xian's cultivation isn't weaker than a saint, and Tong Tian is on good terms with him. Judging from his past temperament, he will definitely cause great waves. The three realms will definitely undergo a great change. I have to wait and see. On a withered star, starlight sprinkled down from the sky. Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back. The two demon emperors and more than 1,000 greater demons bowed to him. Everyone looked at Yi Xian with reverence. This was how humans were. The strong were always respected. When Yi Xian led them to take back the Bell of Chaos from Hudu, he even sent her flying with one blow. This completely established Yi Xian's majestic image. Heaven Emperor, Hudu will definitely hold a grudge against you for what you did today. Aren't you afraid that she will leak your whereabouts to Nuwa and Yuanshi? Di Jun doubtfully asked. For Hudu to be able to endure the endless amount of time in the underworld to seize the position of the seventh saint, this also means that she is a smart person. She won't do this, because this will cause harm to me and will even drag her into the dispute between the saints. She's not that stupid. Yi Xian lightly smiled as he explained. Clearly, Yi Xian had calculated everything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared in front of Hudu. To put it bluntly, Hudu's ascension to the saint realm was all under his control. If Yi Xian could miscalculate such a small matter, he wouldn't have his current cultivation. Chapter 905. The two demon emperors could completely feel the confidence that Yi Xian was emitting from the inside out. The two demon emperors' spirits were lifted, and they felt that their decision to follow Yi Xian was the right choice. Heaven Emperor, I don't know if I should ask you something. Dong Huangtai hesitated for a while and then asked tentatively. Do you want to know if I have become a sage? Yi Xian lightly smiled. He'd already guessed what Dong Huangtai wanted to ask. After all, there were only 7 saints in the world, and this was an unchanging iron law. Yet today, when Yi Xian and Huda clashed, not only did they not fall into a disadvantageous position, they even blasted Huda flying. How could this not cause Dong Huangtai and the others to be extremely surprised? The so-called virtue becoming a sage is just borrowing the power of the way of heaven, which is the power of this world. With the support of the way of heaven, one can display the power of a sage. As for the so-called 7 sages in the world, this is actually just a general statement. This is because the laws of this world are incomplete. It is basically a world with incomplete laws. It is impossible for others to become a saint even if they want to. The so-called primordial violet chi makes up for the incomplete laws of this world. That is why the 7 sages were born. Yi Xian slowly explained the mystery of sages, which made the 2 demonic emperors listen carefully. Their expressions changed constantly, and their eyes flashed with surprise from time to time. Obviously, when Yi Xian crossed the heavenly law 3 realms, he could feel the changes in the world and understand the origin of the 7 sages. I walk the path of proving my Tao through strength. In fact, I'm not a saint. I'm still in the sage-to-be realm, but I'm the heaven and earth myself. I'm not affected by the incomplete rules of the great Tao of the outside world. Yi Xian didn't hold anything back as he bluntly introduced his current cultivation. Not only was this a reassurance for the 2 demon emperors, it was also to tell them that they might have a chance to become a saint in the future. Heaven. Heaven Emperor. You mean, we still have a chance to become sages? Emperor Jun's face turned red and his voice trembled. Hard. Yi Xian shook his head slowly and sighed. I've said before that the great Tao of this world is incomplete, so no one can become a saint. The 7 saints can become saints because of the primordial violet energy bestowed by Tao ancestor Hong Jun, and there are only 2 possibilities for others to become saints. Celestial Emperor, please enlighten me. Dong Huangtai bowed solemnly. The 2 of them had been stuck at the pinnacle of quasi-saint for countless years. There was no possibility for them to advance any further. Becoming a saint was their lifelong dream. Yi Xian was never stingy with his own people. Since the 2 great demonic emperors had submitted to him, Yi Xian would naturally not hold back in this aspect. The first method is to prove one's way with strength, also known as breaking all methods with one's strength. This method is not restricted by the world and relies on one's own strength to stand above the heavenly path. If one can transcend and pass through the 9 tribulations of the heavenly path, one can become a saint among saints. Hiss. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the 2 great demonic emperors gasped. Although they knew about the method of proving one's way with strength, they did not expect it to be so terrifying. Relying on one's own strength to transcend the heavenly path and break through the shackles of the world to become a saint among saints was simply a fantasy. No matter how strong one was, he still existed under the heavenly path. How could he transcend under the heavenly path? Looking at the 2 great demonic emperors' disappointed expressions, Yi Xian smiled and said, the second method is very simple. Complete the great Tao of this world, and the 2 of you will have the chance to become saints. Complete the great Tao of law. Dong Huangtai frowned and then looked at Yi Xian with a self-deprecating smile. The great Tao of law is extremely mysterious. Let alone us, I'm afraid that even the saints do not understand it. How can we complete it? The 2 great demonic emperors were finally disappointed because they could not do either of the 2 methods. The last hope in their hearts to become saints disappeared without a trace. Completing the great Tao of law is not difficult, but it is not easy either. Yi Xian looked up at the starry sky. His eyes were slightly absent-minded, as if he was gazing at the mysterious chaotic world through the starry sky. Heaven Emperor, do you have a way? Emperor Jun was overjoyed and quickly asked. Yi Xian withdrew his gaze and looked at the 2 demonic emperors with a smile. It is very simple to complete the great Tao of law. I need to pass the 9 tribulations of the heavenly path and become a saint among saints. At that time, I can condense the great Tao of law and complete this world. Naturally, you can also become saints. I see. When Yi Xian finished speaking, the 2 demonic emperors suddenly understood. Their eyes were burning with passion, and the way they looked at Yi Xian became increasingly different. However, this matter is still too far away. It is hard to say whether I can pass the 6 tribulations of the heavenly path. Now, what I need to do is to settle the karma of the past with Nuwa, Yi Xian whispered coldly. Billions of demonic emperors pledge their loyalty to you. We swear that we will never betray you, Heaven Emperor. If we violate this oath, our souls will scatter and we will die. The 2 demonic emperors looked at each other and then made the great vow of the heart demon. Good. Yi Xian smiled. The 2 demonic emperors were now loyal to Yi Xian. This was the result that he wanted. As a superior, using the carrot and stick was the most basic method. Yi Xian had saved Dong Huang Tai, helped him take back the Dong Huang bell from Hutu, and promised the two demonic emperors that he would protect the entire demonic race. This was kindness. He forced Hutu to retreat with one blow and displayed a cultivation level that was not weaker than a sage. This was power. Although he had both grace and power, Yi Xian knew one principle. The so-called loyalty was based on benefits. Only mutually beneficial benefits could make the two demon emperors swear to follow him to the death. Therefore, Yi Xian told the two that they still had a chance to become a sage. However, the prerequisite was that he had to become the sage of all sages in order to complete the great Tao. This made the two demonic emperors extremely excited, and they stood firmly on his side. Obviously, as a superior, Yi Xian was very successful. He had successfully subdued the two demonic emperors. From this, it could be seen that Yi Xian was indeed a scheming person. He would never trust anyone. Only by linking benefits together could he form a supreme celestial court that unified the three realms. Time flew by like water. In the blink of an eye, 60 years had passed. The stars rotated in the vast starry sky. One figure after another traversed through space, heading towards the Hutu Palace. Today was the opening day of the Heaven Mender Festival. Not only would the various systems and quasi-saints be present, but several sages would also be present. This was an unprecedented event, so it naturally attracted the attention of all living beings in the three realms. There was an earthy yellow star that was vast and boundless, shining with golden light. It was releasing an auspicious aura. Countless figures stood on this star, and celestial music from the 9 heavens could be heard in the vast starry sky. Chapter 906. There were 9 auspicious clouds in the 9 heavens, and a vast sea of stars. 9 auspicious clouds were drifting in the starry sky, and many cloud tables were erected in all directions. Many spirit fruits and immortal wines were placed on each of the cloud tables, and there were even female immortals dancing in the center of the clouds, singing a beautiful immortal melody. Clang, clang, clang. 81 bell rings echoed in the vast starry sky. As the ancient bell rings rang, countless figures soared into the sky and entered the auspicious cloud banquet. Greetings, fellow Taoists. The immortal wing of the South Pole had a benevolent face. He was now a sage-to-be and the deputy sect master of the Chan sect. Behind him were the immortals of the Chan sect. They were sitting in the auspicious cloud banquet and greeted the various orthodoxies. On the other side, Shen Gongbao led the immortals of the Chan sect into the auspicious cloud banquet. Tens of thousands of years had passed, but Shen Gongbao was only at the peak of zenith heaven and had not broken into the sage-to-be realm. Compared to the immortal wing of the South Pole, he naturally lost in momentum. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's the fellow Taoist of the Chan sect. I wonder if you have a perfect plan to mend the heavens in this heaven-mending grand banquet? The immortal wing of the South Pole sneered. Humph, Shen Gongbao's face turned cold and chose to ignore the immortal wing of the South Pole. However, there was a hint of embarrassment and anger in his eyes. This was because there had been constant friction between the two sects for tens of thousands of years, and it always ended with the defeat of the Chan sect. After all, the Chan sect did not even have a sage-to-be, whoosh. Magus light shook the sky, and blood chi surged. Just as the old man of the South Pole was about to mock him, he saw a few ancestral magi enter the auspicious cloud banquet. There were more than 10 ancient magi following behind them. That made the old man of the South Pole's expression change. He hurriedly called for the immortals of Chan school to stand up and cupped his hands to greet the magi. I'm the old man of the South Pole. Greetings, fellow Taoists. The old man of the South Pole was extremely humble. He even bowed to the ancestral magi. Suddenly, ancestral witch Xian Ming snorted coldly and looked at the old man of the South Pole. If I remember correctly, you, a junior, have already led the Chan school to join the ancient demon court. You were even conferred the title of the South Pole Emperor by Di Jun, right? Misunderstanding, ancestral, which Xian Ming misunderstood. The old man of the South Pole's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly forced a smile and explained, my Chan school lineage is a disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan. In the past, we joined the ancient demon court to destroy the 33rd celestial court. We even wanted to capture and kill Yi Xian. Actually, my Chan school and the ancient demon court are only cooperating. How can we really join the demons? I see. The old man of the South Pole heaved a sigh of relief. He did not want to be hated by the sorcerer tribe. Moreover, the sorcerer tribe was powerful now. Naturally, he wanted to befriend the sorcerer tribe. After all, the sorcerer tribe had the support of a saint. What a shameless clown. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out. This made the immortal hermit of the South Pole's expression change. Great fury filled his eyes as he looked towards the source of the voice. However, when he saw who it was, the fury in his eyes vanished. Instead, a fawning expression appeared on his face. At this moment, the two demon emperors came together, followed by thousands of great demons. The two demon emperors looked at the old man of the South Pole with extremely unfriendly eyes. It was obvious that the scolding just now was from the demons. When the demons arrived, the various orthodoxies had strange expressions. This was because everyone knew that the ancient demon court was no longer the same as before. Ever since the earth-shattering battle with the 33rd celestial court, the ancient demon court's vitality could be said to have been greatly damaged. The Hutu saint had also been brutally suppressed by the witch tribe. At this moment, the ancient demon court was no longer as powerful as before. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Although the ancient demon court's vitality was greatly damaged, it was not something that the other orthodoxies could afford to offend. After all, the two demon emperors and thousands of great ancient demons were not to be trifled with. However, the various orthodoxies and boundary sages did not stand up. Although they could not afford to offend the demons, they did not want to have too much to do with them. After all, the witch tribe was right next to them. If they stood up and greeted the demons, wouldn't the witch tribe see them as enemies? No one would do such a stupid thing. The two demon emperors seemed to have expected the various orthodoxies' cold attitude and chose to ignore the crowd. However, what happened next stunned the various orthodoxies at the auspicious cloud banquet. The originally noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. Sir, please take a seat. The two demonic beast monarchs bowed slightly and a slender figure walked out from behind them. This person was clad in black, with long black strands of hair draped behind her head. She wore a ghost mask that looked like she was crying, yet not smiling. She gave off an extremely mysterious feeling. Obviously, the person wearing the ghost mask was Yi Xian. Naturally, he would not show his true face at the Skymender banquet this time. After all, the sages had not arrived yet. If he showed his true face, it would naturally cause a huge commotion. This would be extremely detrimental to Yi Xian's plan and was not the result he wanted. When the two demon emperors respectfully bowed to Yi Xian and this scene appeared in everyone's eyes, a large number of bewildered voices sounded out. Everyone looked at Yi Xian with extreme bewilderment. Who is he? Landya frowned. He used a strand of divine intent to spy on Yi Xian's true appearance and cultivation. However, before his divine intent could touch Yi Xian, it strangely disappeared without a trace. This greatly changed Landya's expression as he looked at Yi Xian with a serious expression. What a strange method! Landya muttered solemnly. He then looked at Jin Yuanzi and said, Can you see his true appearance? Don't cause trouble. Today's Skymender banquet is not ordinary. You and I should just wait and see. Jin Yuanzi, the ancestor of earthly immortals, lowered his eyes as if he was resting. However, he secretly transmitted his voice to Landia. Not only the two sage-to-be, but various orthodoxies and some sage-to-be were also spying on Yi Xian. However, without exception, their spying was blocked. They could not see Yi Xian's true appearance at all. However, everyone was extremely surprised. What kind of people were the two demonic emperors? Although they were suppressed by the sorcerer tribe, they were still the leaders of billions of demonic clans. For the two demonic emperors to be so humble, the other party must have a frightening background. Ha! Ancestral witch Chang Liang turned his eyes and strode toward Dong Huangtai. He even stopped in front of Yi Xian and said, "Dong Huangtai, may I know who this Taoist friend is? Can you introduce him to me?" Get lost. Di Jun had the most violent temper. Moreover, Yi Xian had already told them what to do today. Naturally, he did not care about the ancestral witches present. This caused Di Jun to scold them directly. "Di Jun, how dare you scold me?" Ancestral witch Chang Liang's expression changed. Tong Tian witchcraft light burst out from his body, causing the entire auspicious cloud banquet to rumble. It was as if he would attack Di Jun in the next moment. "Chang Liang, you're a guest. Today is the Skymender banquet held by Goddess Hoodoo. We can't lose our hospitality." Ancestral witch Tianhao smiled and stopped in front of ancestral witch Chang Liang. This caused ancestral witch Chang Liang to sneer and withdraw his qi. He flung his sleeves and returned to the seats of the Wu tribe. However, his eyes were full of killing intent when he looked at Di Jun. "May I know where this Taoist friend is cultivating? Today is the Skymender banquet held by the saint of the Wu tribe, Goddess Hoodoo. If you are willing to be on good terms with the Wu tribe, you can sit with me." Ancestral witch Tianhao cupped his hands and bowed to Yi Xian with a kind smile on his face. Tap, tap, tap. An embarrassing scene appeared. Yi Xian seemed to treat ancestral witch Tianhao as air and walked past him. The two demon emperors sneered and followed until the three of them entered the seats of the demon tribe. This caused ancestral witch Tianhao's body to stiffen and a trace of shame and anger appeared on his face. Good, good, good. No matter how good ancestral witch Tianhao's temper was, he could not bear the naked contempt of Yi Xian and others. This made him so angry that he laughed. He glared at Yi Xian and returned to the camp of the Wu tribe. Chapter 907. The orthodoxies were astonished that he dared to disrespect the sorcerer tribe. They even began to speculate about Yi Xian's identity. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was wearing a mask, so no one knew who he was. A person who was treated so respectfully by the two demonic emperors would definitely not be a nobody. However, the orthodoxies only sneered in their hearts. No matter who Yi Xian was, the demonic tribe would not be able to do anything with a sage here. Goddess Hoodoo has arrived. Clang, clang, clang. Morning bell and evening drum, auspicious aura rippled, golden clouds rumbled in the sky, and auspicious clouds appeared. The Earth Empress Palace emitted the holy light of the heavenly Tao, and a majestic and noble figure walked out of the Earth Empress Palace. It was the Earth Empress, who was known as Mother Earth, and also the seventh saint under the heavenly Tao. Goddess Hoodoo was dressed in a golden robe with the sacred light of reincarnation covering her body. The heavenly Tao's sacred aura rumbled as she slowly walked into the auspicious cloud banquet. Greetings, heavenly Tao sage. Greetings, Goddess Hoodoo. Greetings, sage of our tribe. As Hoodoo entered the auspicious cloud banquet, the orthodoxies quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. Clearly, no one dared to be negligent in front of a sage. They all expressed their utmost respect. In the vast starry sky, there were 7 auspicious clouds. These 7 auspicious clouds were the seats of the sage. Hoodoo sat on the 7th auspicious cloud with a kind smile on her face as she looked at the various orthodoxies. However, when she saw Yi Xian beside the two demonic emperors, her eyes instantly froze. However, this detail was so subtle that no one noticed it. Clearly, Yi Xian did not need to take off his mask for Hutu to know that he was Yi Xian. Although she had already guessed that Yi Xian would appear at the Skymender banquet and was mentally prepared, Hutu was still extremely shocked when she saw Yi Xian in person. "Friends, there's no need to be so polite." Hutu smiled amiably, displaying the majesty of a sage. "How dare you? Why don't you bow when you see a saint?" Suddenly, in this harmonious atmosphere, ancestral shaman Xian Ming strode out. He pointed at Yi Xian and berated him. He looked at Yi Xian with a gloomy expression. Such a scene naturally attracted the attention of various orthodoxies. When they saw Yi Xian sitting calmly without standing up to greet Hutu, their eyes widened in shock as they looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, the two monster monarchs led thousands of monsters to bow to Hutu. After all, Hutu was a heavenly Tao saint. They had to respect her. However, Yi Xian couldn't bow to Hutu like the others. Yi Xian was wearing a grimace mask. He lifted the wine pot on the table and gently poured himself a cup of immortal wine. Then, he raised the cup and drank it all in one gulp. It was as if he did not notice the attention of all the orthodoxies and did not respond to the scolding of ancestral sorcerer Xian Ming. "How dare you be so presumptuous?" Ancestral shaman Xian Ming shouted angrily and strode towards Yi Xian. His eyes were filled with a terrifying murderous glint. The few ancestral shamans of the sorcerer tribe also stood up and locked their terrifying auras on Yi Xian. It was no wonder that the ancestral shamans were furious. The Heaven-Mending Conference was convened by Hutu, a saint of the sorcerer tribe. Yi Xian didn't even bow to Hutu. He was looking down on Hutu and the sorcerer tribe. How could the ancestral shamans not want to kill him? Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't seem to notice the ancestral shaman's overbearing attitude. He only looked up at the vast starry sky as if he was waiting for someone to arrive. Yi Xian was not deliberately putting on an act. Ever since he passed the three tribulations of the heavenly Tao, he didn't care about anyone other than the saints. To put it bluntly, if Yi Xian wanted to, he could kill anyone he wanted. Who could be his opponent? Bang! With a loud bang, the cloud table shattered. Ancestral shaman Xian Ming had already arrived in front of Yi Xian and smashed the cloud table in front of Yi Xian into pieces. He looked at Yi Xian with a cruel expression. "I'm asking you a question. Why didn't you bow to the saint of my tribe?" Ancestral shaman Xian Ming scolded coldly. The ancestral shaman's divine light rumbled as if he was going to attack Yi Xian in the next moment. "I dare to bow to her. Does she dare to accept it?" Yi Xian finally retracted his gaze from the vast starry sky. He glanced at ancestral shaman Xian Ming and said calmly. "Wow!" It stirred up a huge commotion. When Yi Xian finished speaking, all the orthodoxies gasped. They looked at Yi Xian as if they were looking at a lunatic. There was an uproar from their mouths. "Is this person crazy? How dare he disrespect the saint? I don't know where this lunatic came from. He's courting death. Look, Saint Hutu is about to get angry." At this moment, everyone noticed a terrifying scene. Hutu, who was sitting cross-legged on the seventh auspicious cloud, had an extremely cold expression. The reincarnation light around her fluctuated intensely, and an extremely terrifying heavenly path saint aura was spreading out. "It's over, it's over. This person is dead for sure." The immortal being of the South Pole muttered in a trembling voice. He looked at Yi Xian as if he was looking at a dead man. The quasi-saints of various orthodoxies also noticed Hutu's gloomy expression and shook their heads. They lamented that Yi Xian did not know what was good for him and threw his life away here. "Saint, please don't be angry. There's no need for you to personally deal with such an ant. I, Xian Ming, can suppress him alone." Ancestral shaman Xian Ming turned around and bowed to Hutu. He laughed cruelly. "How dare you? Suddenly, Hutu exploded. A ray of reincarnation light shot towards Yi Xian's direction. The orthodoxies could not bear to look at it directly. Ancestral shaman Xian Ming sneered as if he could already see Yi Xian dying without a complete corpse. Boom! There was a loud explosion and everything fell silent. However, what happened next silenced all the orthodoxies. The entire auspicious cloud banquet was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream and could not believe what they were seeing. What did they just see? Hutu's reincarnation light sent ancestral shaman Xian Ming flying. Ancestral shaman Xian Ming's blood essence continued to spurt out from his mouth. It even caused ancestral shaman Xian Ming to crash into the auspicious cloud banquet with an earth-shattering crash. What? What's going on? Ancestral shaman Vast Heaven stared blankly at ancestral shaman Xian Ming's body that was bathed in blood. He then turned around and looked at Saint Hutu who was sitting cross-legged on the auspicious cloud. He had yet to recover from this strange incident. Hiss! The uproar was endless and extremely shocked. After a full 10 breaths of time, all kinds of gasps were heard. Everyone looked at Hutu with disbelief in their eyes. Hutu! Hutu! Are you crazy? Chapter 908. Grand Sorcerer Tianhao was the first to regain his senses. He roared with a trembling voice and called Hutu by her name. Obviously, he could not accept what Hutu had done. Fortunately, the 12 ancient Grand Sorcerers were of the same origin. Although Hutu looked gloomy, she did not blame Grand Sorcerer Tianhao for calling her by her name. Although the demon clan has some grudges with my clan, they are still one of the living beings in the 3 realms. Today, I held the grand ceremony for the safety of the 3 realms. Since you are the Grand Sorcerer of the Sorcerer tribe, how can you be so obsessed with persecuting fellow Taoists of the demon clan? Is it because I, Hutu, have become a sage that gives you confidence? Hutu scolded coldly, which stunned the Sorcerer tribe. Grand Sorcerer Tianhao was so angry that his face turned red. He looked at Hutu in disbelief. Cough, cough. Just when everyone was in a daze, a violent cough was heard. Grand Sorcerer Xian Ming struggled to get up. His body trembled slightly as he bowed to Hutu and said, I have made a big mistake. Please calm down, sage. Humph. Hutu snorted coldly. Today is the grand ceremony to discuss the strategy of mending the heavens. Let go of the so-called grudges. Otherwise, even though I am a member of the Sorcerer tribe, I will act impartially and will not allow you to bully others. Her righteous words and holy aura were displayed. This was Hutu's attitude, which made the Grand Sorcerer's expression change. They then bowed and retreated. At this moment, all the orthodoxies and quasi-sages looked at this scene in disbelief. They could not believe their eyes, and they could not believe Hutu's words. Ever since Hutu became a sage, the Sorcerer tribe had risen strongly. The demon clan was the first to be suppressed, and the other orthodoxies had to retreat in the face of the Sorcerer tribe. It was all because Hutu supported the Sorcerer tribe. Why did she suddenly become selfless today? Something was wrong. These 3 words appeared in the minds of all the orthodoxies. They were not fools. If they could not see the problem, they would call themselves idiots. It was him. The various orthodoxies and quasi-saints were all shocked. They all gathered their gazes onto Yi Xian, and their eyes were filled with extreme shock. This matter was caused by this mysterious person. Even if Hutu was really selfless, this person ignored the sage and had no respect for the sage in his words. Not only did he not incur Hutu's anger, but he also made Hutu scold several ancestors of sorcery of the Wu tribe. This was enough to show that this person was not simple. Hiss. Some people gasped in secret, and their expressions changed. Hutu's actions today also proved an extremely terrifying problem. The Hutu saint actually scolded her own people for this person, which meant that this person's background was simply terrifying. At this moment, Hutu furrowed her brows and glared at the ancestral shamans. If it weren't for the presence of various orthodoxies, she would have scolded the ancestral shamans. Previously, she had told the ancestral shamans that a great change was about to happen in the Heavenmender festival. She also strongly urged them not to cause trouble in the Heavenmender festival. However, these ancestral shamans still went to provoke Yi Xian. Did this not put her and Yi Xian on opposite sides? Fortunately, she was the one who injured ancestral shaman Xian Ming. If it was Yi Xian who attacked, ancestral shaman Xian Ming would not have survived. As a sage, she had watched her own people die. If she did not seek justice from Yi Xian, where would she put her face as a sage? The most dreadful thing for her was that Yi Xian's appearance at the Heavenmender festival clearly indicated that he wanted to settle the karma of the past with Nuwa, Yuanshi, and the others. A great battle was sure to erupt. She had just become a sage and did not want to get involved in this dispute. She only wanted to stay out of it. This was the result she wanted. She had lived for countless years and schemed for countless years to become a sage. She cherished her position very much. If Yi Xian didn't have a trump card, how could he dare to show up at the Heavenmender festival? Moreover, don't forget that the Grand Master of Heaven was on good terms with Yi Xian. This heaven-mending gathering was already out of her control, so she could only restrain the shaman clan and not have any conflicts with Yi Xian. Fellow Daoist, please don't blame us. Our shaman tribe might be hot-tempered, but we are not unreasonable. Hutu smiled kindly at Yi Xian, hinting that Yi Xian and the shaman tribe did not want to get involved in this dispute. Xian Ming, why don't you apologize quickly? Hutu's expression turned cold as she scolded Yi Xian. Xian Ming ancestral witch's face was filled with shame and anger, but he still bowed to Yi Xian under Hutu's aggressive and secret voice transmission. Xian Ming was rude to you before. Please forgive me. Xian Ming ancestral witch apologized angrily, but unfortunately, he did not get any response from Yi Xian. At this moment, a fairy child had already brought a new cloud table for Yi Xian, and Yi Xian sat calmly on it. He naturally understood Hutu's meaning, so he nodded slightly to her and did not say anything. Seeing that Yi Xian did not intend to pursue the matter, Hutu sighed and secretly warned the shaman tribe again. No matter what happened later, they were not allowed to get involved. The ancestral witches were not fools. They finally felt that something was wrong. Obviously, even Hutu was extremely afraid of this mysterious person. This was not someone they could afford to offend. Silence, silence, an eerie silence. The entire auspicious cloud banquet was extremely quiet. Although Hutu tried her best to hide her attitude towards Yi Xian, everyone present was smart enough to see that Hutu treated Yi Xian with caution. The orthodoxies were bewildered because they suddenly realized an extremely terrifying thing. Hutu was a saint. Besides the other saints, who else in the three realms could make her feel afraid? When everyone thought of this terrifying thing, they looked at Yi Xian with a heavy gaze. A sense of uneasiness grew in their hearts, as if something terrible was going to happen at the Skymender festival today. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wasn't the slightest bit interested in the thoughts of the various orthodoxies. He continued to sit cross-legged in the middle of the auspicious cloud banquet, while the two great demon emperors sneered as they looked around at the various orthodoxies. From time to time, they would fill Yi Xian's wine, and their faces were brimming with excitement. Rumble. Thousands of auspicious clouds and the heavenly Tao's sacred light filled the auspicious cloud banquet. Just as the auspicious cloud banquet fell into a strange atmosphere, the heavens and the earth began to flicker. A few majestic figures were walking towards the auspicious cloud banquet from the edge of the starry sky. In the vast expanse of time, the saints' aura rumbled. Golden rain fell from the sky, and lotuses bloomed in the void. These were the signs of the saints' arrival. The orthodoxies retracted their gazes from Yi Xian and hurriedly got up to welcome the arrival of the saints. Who dares to anger junior sister Hudu? How dare you provoke her personally? A chuckle came from the edge of the starry sky. Before the person arrived, the voice had already resounded throughout the auspicious cloud banquet. A graceful and elegant figure slowly walked out from the depths of the starry sky. It was one of the 7 saints, Queen Nuwa. Chapter 909. Nuwa was dressed in a golden robe, with thousands of auspicious clouds beneath her feet. She was a heavenly sage, looking at Hudu with a smile. Senior Sister Nuwa. Nuwa's arrival made Hudu hold her breath. She glanced at Yi Xian and smiled at Nuwa as a form of greeting. Hudu was a shrewd person, but she kept a distance from Nuwa. After all, she did not know what would happen today. She just wanted to stay out of it and not get involved in the dispute between the sages. Nuwa was not surprised by Hudu's indifferent attitude. However, she was a little confused by the atmosphere of the auspicious cloud banquet. She had sensed a burst of saint energy from Hudu, but she did not explain, so she did not ask further. Greetings, Your Highness Nuwa. All the orthodoxies bowed and greeted them respectfully. However, when Nuwa looked at the monster tribe, a look of displeasure flashed across her eyes. At this moment, the 2 monster tribe emperors did not get up. Thousands of monsters stood still. Nuwa did not care about the lives of the monster tribe, which made the ancient demon court unhappy. Nuwa knew what the 2 monster tribe emperors were thinking. Although she was displeased, she felt a little guilty and did not punish the monster tribe. However, when Nuwa saw the 2 monster tribe emperors sitting around Yi Xian, a look of surprise flashed across Nuwa's eyes. She could not sense Yi Xian's aura and cultivation base, which made her stare at Yi Xian. Nuwa noticed Yi Xian at first glance. Her Dharma eyes of heaven and earth rotated, trying to see Yi Xian's real body. However, Yi Xian only nodded at her as if they were old friends. This made Nuwa even more surprised. Just as Nuwa wanted to take a closer look at Yi Xian, several majestic figures arrived at the Heavenmender festival. They were the other sages. Nuwa retracted her gaze from Yi Xian. Amitba. The 2 sages of the west chanted and sat on 2 auspicious clouds with benevolent smiles on their faces. Yuanshi Tianzuan's Tao light was hazy as if he was the incarnation of the Tao. He also sat cross-legged on an auspicious cloud and received greetings from the orthodoxies. Tong Tian calmly appeared on a cloud. His eyes were closed, and he didn't say a word. It was as if nothing could disturb his mind. Clearly, Tong Tian was only here to give face to Hudu. He didn't want to participate in anything else because Tong Tian no longer had the will to fight. After all, Hudu had become a sage while he was alone. It was impossible for him to settle the karma of his ascension with the other sages. This wasn't to say that Tong Tian was depressed. It was just that he had placed all his hopes on Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had disappointed him deeply. Tong Tian only wanted to protect the Jia branch and not think about anything else in the future. The arrival of the 6 sages caused the sacred light of the heavenly Tao to surround the area. The universal laws circulated while the spirit energy in the world boiled. Unfortunately, there were originally 7 sages in the world, but only 6 of them had come. Moreover, the leader of the 3 pure ones, the Lord of Tao and Virtue, was still not present. It wasn't that Huda didn't invite Dao Tianzuan. It was just that Dao Tianzuan and Lao Tzu's whereabouts were a mystery. His 8 Visions Palace was nowhere to be found. None of the sages could find Lao Tzu. Dao Tianzuan and Lao Tzu had never appeared in this world after the divine investiture war. The 6 sages sat cross-legged on the auspicious clouds. Their heavenly Tao aura permeated and silenced the entire banquet. Today, I called for the Heaven Mender festival in hopes of gathering the power of all living beings to mend the firmament. This is also a great merit for all living beings in the 3 worlds. Hutu sat cross-legged amidst the sacred light of reincarnation. Her expression was one of compassion as she spoke in a dignified manner. You are all living beings in the three worlds. Do you have a good plan to mend the heavens? Yuanshi Tianzuan asked in a dignified manner. None of the orthodoxies dared to refuse a sage's question. The Chan sect has a method called the primordial light art. Combined with the Kongtong seal, it can seal off billions of miles of space. Immortal Wang of the South Pole hurriedly stepped forward and reported to the 6 sages with a bow. Humph. Suddenly, the Grand Master of Heaven slowly opened his eyes, and a cold snort came from his mouth. He said, a mere Kongtong seal is only a postnatal treasure. Even if the Taoists' primordial light technique is extraordinary, how can it carry out the plan of mending the heavens? Yuanshi Tianzuan blushed at Tongtian's words. He glared fiercely at Immortal Wang of the South Pole, shocking the latter and causing him to panic. Clearly, the Immortal Wang of the South Pole's plan to mend the heavens was nothing more than a joke. The combination of the Kongtong seal and the essence light technique was indeed powerful, but this was only an immortal's technique. How terrifying was the hole in the sky? Who knew how many meteors had fallen from the sky? How could a mere Kongtong seal and the essence light technique mend the hole in the sky? Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered at Tongtian's rebuke. Junior brother Tongtian, do you have a good plan? No. The sect leader of Tongtian said concisely and coldly. Then, he closed his eyes again. This made the primeval Lord of Heaven's eyes turn cold. He snorted coldly and stopped the stalemate with the sect leader of Tongtian. Fellow Taoist Jin Yuan, you are the ancestor of Earth Immortals and the Earth Book is one of the 3 great books of heaven and earth. Do you have a good plan? Taoist Chuanti looked up at Jin Yuanzi. Although great immortal Jin Yuan was only in the realm of sage to be, his methods were extraordinary. His sleeve was all-encompassing, the ginseng fruit tree was the spiritual root of heaven and earth, and the Earth Book was unprecedented. Even a saint could not ignore him. Although the Earth Book controls the general trend of heaven and earth, it is useless for the method to mend the heavens. I really can't do anything. Jin Yuanzi smiled bitterly and did not arrogantly take out the so-called good plan to mend the heavens. As the saying goes, the one who tied the bell should untie it. Back then, the battle between the 2 celestial court broke through hundreds of millions of miles of the sky. I wonder if the ancient demon court has a good plan to mend the heavens. Ancestral Witch Xian Ming looked directly at the 2 demon emperors and asked. As Ancestral Witch Xian Ming spoke, all the orthodoxies looked at the 2 demon emperors. Saint Hudu's expression changed slightly. She did not expect that Ancestral Witch Xian Ming would still secretly target the demon tribe after she had warned the Wu tribe. This made Hudu angry, but she could not show it. After all, there were several saints present and she did not want to show any abnormality. Dong Huang, you are the demon emperor. Do you have a method to mend the heavens? Yuanshi Tianzuan asked bluntly. Obviously, at this moment, the demon tribe had become the target of public criticism. After all, this catastrophe was caused by the 2 celestial court. Dong Huang Tai had an unshirkable responsibility. Ancestral Witch Xian Ming had just pointed the spearhead at the demon tribe, which led to the current situation. The operation of the way of heaven led to the birth of infinite calamity. Although the heavens were broken through hundreds of millions of miles because of the demon tribe, I would like to ask all the saints here. In the past, when the saints fought in the great God investiture tribulation, the untainted land was broken and turned into the 3 realms. Have the saints combined the 3 realms into one and turned it back into the untainted land? Dong Huang Tai looked at the 6 great sages, neither arrogant nor humble, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Chapter 9-10. Dong Huang Tai deserved to be the great emperor of the demon clan. He did not answer Yuanshi Tianzuan's question directly. Instead, he turned to the sages and talked about the past of the apotheosized war. After all, The war between the apotheosized sects in the past had caused the four sages to carry out a destructive war, breaking the untainted land into three realms. At this moment, the situation of the untainted land was very similar to that of the demon clan. Dong Huang's answer also made the sages speechless. Even Tong Tian, who was resting with his eyes closed, held his breath. You have a sharp tongue. I didn't expect that Dong Huang Tai is also a man of glib tongue. Ancestral sorcerer Xian Ming sneered. Shut up. Is this the place for you to speak? Suddenly, Huda scolded. She did not expect that ancestral sorcerer Xian Ming would be so reckless to get involved in the dispute that was about to start. Sages, please calm down. I was wrong. Ancestral sorcerer Xian Ming's expression changed. He had already felt the anger of Hudu, which also made him embarrassed. However, he still bowed and admitted his mistake. Finally, he shut up and returned to the camp of the Wu tribe. The sages were slightly stunned when Huda scolded Xian Ming. They were confused. Since Huda became a sage, she had been supporting the Wu tribe to suppress the demon clan. Why did she change her temper today and scold ancestral sorcerer Xian Ming instead? Before the sages could figure out the reason, Huda also knew that she showed a strange expression. She hurriedly pretended to be calm and looked at Nuwa with a smile on her face. She said, Senior sister, you once repaired the sky in the past and saved hundreds of millions of creatures. I wonder if you can repair the sky again. As Huda's words fell, everyone's eyes were focused on Nuwa. Obviously, only Nuwa had repaired the sky. It seemed that this matter could only be done by Sage Nuwa. Nuwa was completely able to sense the gazes and anticipation of everyone. However, Nuwa shook her head lightly inside. Junior sister Hudu, you must be joking. All those years ago, I was able to mend the heavens because of the five-colored divine rock. But I don't possess such a divine treasure of the heavens and the earth anymore. Otherwise, how could I watch as the living beings of the three dimensions suffer a calamity? As Nuwa's words fell, the various orthodoxies sighed in disappointment. Although they already knew that Nuwa did not have the five-colored divine stone, they still placed their hopes on Nuwa. Now that Nuwa was powerless, the various orthodoxies could not come up with a solution to mend the heavens. Time slowly passed. All the orthodoxies offered their strategies to mend the heavens, but the sages frowned. It was obvious that the strategies offered by these orthodoxies were completely useless. At this moment, Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the middle of the auspicious cloud banquet. From time to time, he would raise his wine cup and drink by himself. He did not seem to have any interest in the so-called heaven-mending grand banquet. Instead, he kept staring at the sages through his mask. The heavenly Tao's three tribulations were comparable to the sages. This was an extremely subtle sensing of qi. It was also Yi Xian's way of measuring the difference between himself and the six sages. The immortal scripture was indeed an otherworldly technique. Even the six sages did not notice that Yi Xian was observing them. Half a day later, Yi Xian came to a conclusion. The six sages, Tong Tian and Yuanshi Tianzuan, were on par with each other in terms of cultivation. The two sages of the West were ranked behind them, while Nuwa was ranked fifth. Although Hudu was also a sage, she was at the bottom of the six sages. Yi Xian sensed that he was slightly weaker than Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tong Tian. His cultivation should be on par with the two sages of the West, but he was slightly stronger than Nuwa. Of course, this was only Yi Xian's perception of cultivation. It did not count as a trump card. However, it was enough for Yi Xian to understand the six sages' cultivation levels. Junior brothers and sisters, we've gathered here today. Even if we don't have the five-colored divine stone, the six of us should be able to mend the heavens with our cultivation levels. Why don't we each use our own sage techniques and see if we can mend the heavens? Yuanshi Tianzuan said in a low voice. I was thinking the same thing. Nuwa nodded in agreement. Great. The two sages of the West put their palms together and chanted the merciful Buddha's name. Although Tong Tian was not on good terms with the sages, the matter of mending the heavens was related to the three realms. His Jia sect was also in the three realms. Naturally, he would not refute this suggestion. I have the sacred light of samsara. It can suppress the laws of heaven and earth. I'll support you. Hutu spoke in a dignified manner. The sacred light of samsara erupted, and the starry sky within hundreds of millions of miles froze. The sage's aura that erupted was too terrifying. The sacred light of samsara seemed to have frozen the entire starry sky. Come. Yuanshi Tianzuan stretched out his hand and beckoned. The Pangu banner appeared. He took a step forward and directly entered the vast starry sky. The Pangu banner rumbled and shook, pouring down the sacred light of the heavenly path towards the lower realm. It directly turned into a light screen that covered the sky and sealed the broken heavens for hundreds of millions of miles. Amitabha. The 10,000 Dharma kingdom, the Buddha palm that covered the sky, and the two sages of the West summoned large stars. The heaven-burning Buddha fire refined these large stars into the origin of heaven and earth and directly integrated them into the broken heavens. Break. Tong Tian was the most direct. He controlled the four immortal extermination swords and cultivated the saint energy of slaughter. The vast sea of stars that fell towards the lower realm was directly slashed into dust by his sword, giving the sages time to repair the heavens. Condense. Niwa formed a seal with both hands. This was the seal of heaven patching, which was also created by her in the past. It was a supreme sage technique that was compatible with the five-colored divine stone. However, she did not have the five-colored divine stone in her hands today. She did not know if this seal could repair the heavens. Rumble. The six sages displayed their sage techniques. The various orthodoxies in the auspicious cloud banquet watched in awe. The broken heavens for hundreds of millions of miles were repaired. The blazing sacred light of the heavenly path filled the air as if it was really going to repair the broken heavens and eliminate this catastrophe. At this moment, Yi Xian was as steady as a rock. He looked at the six sages from afar and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What a joke! The origin of chaos is the reason why the heavens and earth can be created. How can a mere sage technique repair the heavens? Yi Xian's voice was not loud. However, there were no weaklings in the auspicious cloud banquet. Naturally, everyone heard what he said. This also made the various orthodoxies look at Yi Xian in surprise. Their eyes were filled with uncertainty. Boom! It was as if chaotic thunder was exploding, as if the sky was collapsing. The sky that had just been repaired began to crack like a spiderweb. With an earth-shattering boom, the sky that had just been repaired exploded, and the meteors from outer space began to fall toward the lower world like they were rioting. How could this be? This scene shocked the various orthodoxies. None of them had expected that even the combined efforts of the six great sages would not be able to mend the heavens. Everyone's eyes were filled with disappointment. Look, what's that? Suddenly, just when everyone was feeling disappointed, someone screamed. This also made the various forces look towards the broken heavens. Rumble. The starry sky trembled and the sea of stars turned upside down. In the broken heavens, a majestic divine mountain stood outside the 33rd heaven. The vast and boundless body of the mountain was emitting endless divine light. 33 immortal lights surrounded the divine mountain. One could faintly see the silhouettes of people intertwining with each other. There was also the sound of the 9 heavens war drum beating. Chapter 9:11. Thump, thump, thump. 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 The 9 heavens rumbled as war drums shook the heavens. The boundless Mount Buzhou shone with boundless divine light in outer space as soul-stirring battle cries reverberated throughout the entire starry sky. This is Mount Buzhou? What? What's going on? Didn't the Mount Buzhou collapse? How could it appear here? The ancestral sorcerers exclaimed in shock. They were all too familiar with Mount Buzhou because Zhurong and Gonggang had fought in the past and Gonggang had knocked down Mount Buzhou in a fit of rage. Since then, the primeval divine mountain had ceased to exist in the world. However, none of them had expected that the primeval divine mountain would reappear in the world and appear outside the 33rd heaven. Look, they're the remnants of the celestial court. The immortal hermit of the South Pole recognized the members of the celestial court at a glance and exclaimed in shock. He could not believe that these remnants of the celestial court would dare to appear in outer space. Rumble. Mount Buzhou was too vast. It carried the 33rd heaven of the celestial court as it headed toward the banquet of auspicious clouds. Its vast body was like a vast star that was radiating extremely brilliant light. In just a short span of a dozen breaths, Mount Buzhou finally stopped moving. It faced off against the banquet of auspicious clouds in the luminous starry sky. Countless figures were also walking out of Mount Buzhou. Taishan Laojun wore a purple-gold bagua robe and held a horsetail whisk with a smile on his face. Beside him was the Empyrean fairy, accompanied by the 28 mansions of the heavenly cycle. 108 stars of the heavenly dipper and earthly fiend constellations spread out in all directions of the starry sky. Thump, thump, thump. The 9 heavens' war drums were beating and the thunder of slaughter was exploding. The Chaos Empyrean formation covered the entire Mount Buzhou. When this scene appeared in everyone's eyes, the sage-to-be of various orthodoxies were shocked and bewildered. Had these remnants of the celestial court gone mad? 6 sages were present. What were these remnants of the celestial court trying to do? How dare they act rashly in front of the sages? The starry sky was silent. Everything was quiet. Everyone had different thoughts. No one knew why these remnants of the celestial court dared to appear outside the 33rd heaven. At this moment, the 6 saints had different expressions on their faces. Niuhua and Yuanshi's faces were gloomy. They were strolling through the starry sky towards the auspicious cloud banquet. They sat cross-legged on the auspicious cloud and looked towards the Buzhou divine mountain. The 2 saints of the west frowned. Their eyes flickered with confusion. However, they returned to their cloud and waited for the development of the situation. Tong Tian was astonished. Of course, he recognized Yi Xian and his other subjects. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Only Hutu remained calm, as if she was not surprised by the arrival of the celestial court. After all, Yi Xian was present at the auspicious cloud banquet, so the arrival of the celestial court was not surprising. Dregs of the celestial court, how dare you barge into the Skymender conference? The immortal elder of the South Pole shouted angrily and called the immortals of the sect of enlightenment to rise. The immortal light that filled the sky was extremely dazzling, and they confronted the 33rd celestial court in the starry sky. Dong Huang, you are the emperor of the demon race. Why don't you kill all the dregs of the celestial court? Niuhua said coldly. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she looked at the members of the celestial court. However, she was a saint after all, so it was not appropriate for her to take action personally. Otherwise, she would be labeled as a bully. Dong Huang Tai and the others would have to deal with this kind of situation. After all, the 2 celestial court had long been enemies. Something strange happened. Dong Huang Tai and Emperor Jun sat cross-legged without moving. The thousands of demons sneered. They had disobeyed Niuhua's decree and had no intention of getting up. This was a blatant slap to the face. It was a blatant slap to the face. This was going against the will of the saints. The various orthodoxies looked at Dong Huang Tai and the others in shock. They wondered where the ancient demon court got the courage to go against Niuhua's decree. Niuhua's expression changed. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Dong Huang Tai dared to disobey her decree. Obviously, something big must have happened. Junior sister Nuwa, something is wrong. Yuanchi Tianzuan was very shrewd. He pinched his fingers and calculated something quickly. However, all he got was a fog. Heavens did not appear in his mind at all. Without Yuanchi Tianzuan pointing it out, Nuwa already had a bad feeling. Her saint heart was trembling slightly. A feeling of panic grew in her heart. This was something that had never happened before. Nuwa's expression was also uncertain. She could not figure out what the problem was. Karma. Karma tribulation. How? How is this possible? Suddenly, a trembling roar was heard. The two saints of the West's Buddha light was in a mess. They looked up at the bright starry sky and saw that the boundless starry sky had dimmed. The stars that were rotating continuously were also slightly stagnant. The laws of heaven and earth were gradually disintegrating. The two saints of the West knew the secrets of heaven and knew their own bodies. They were extremely sensitive to the touch of heaven and earth. Although the two of them could not predict what was going to happen, the trembling of the saints' hearts gave them a sense of horror. Karma tribulation. Nuwa's expression abruptly changed. She abruptly turned to look at the divine mountain of Buzhou. Her eyebrows twitched violently, and the heavenly Tao holy light that had been revolving around her began to produce a wisp of black mist. How is this possible? Nuwa could no longer control the shock in her heart. When she discovered the black fog that was born from the holy light, she became extremely flustered. The old legend. The saints were immortal. As long as the heavenly path did not collapse, the saints would not die. However, this saying was not absolute. The power of karma was the saints' Achilles' heel. The power of karma surpassed the heavenly path. It was not controlled by the heavenly path. Even the saints were most afraid of being tainted by karma. Nuwa produced a trace of black fog. This was the manifestation of the power of karma. Junior sister Nuwa, who did you form such a huge karma with? Yuanchi Tianzuan roared in horror. Yi Xian. It's him. He's right here. Nuwa gradually calmed down as cold words came out of her mouth. Other than Yi Xian, who else could have formed this life and death karma with her? Welcome, Heavenly Emperor. Suddenly, the starry sky shook. The divine mountain of Buzhou swayed. Millions of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals let out a deafening roar. Rumble. Tongtian's earth-shattering golden light flickered in the starry sky. A heavenly emperor's throne appeared in the vast starry sky. What happened next completely shocked the 6 great saints and the other orthodoxies. A figure rose from the auspicious cloud banquet. He was dressed in black and wore a ghost mask that looked like he was crying. At this moment, he stepped into the sky and walked towards the starry sky. As he walked in the starry sky, the ghost mask gradually disappeared. When Yi Xian ascended to the heavenly emperor's throne, he looked down at everyone in the starry sky. His expression was neither sad nor happy. Wow! When Yi Xian revealed his true appearance, the orthodoxies were in an uproar. They all looked at him in horror. An extremely oppressive atmosphere grew. Yi Xian, it really is you. Today, you will die without a burial place. Chapter 9:12. Nuwa stood up angrily. Her heavenly Tao holy light swept across the starry sky. When she waved her slender hand, the boundless starry sky rumbled. The heavenly Tao holy might locked onto Yi Xian. She flicked her finger angrily, and a saint technique surged toward Yi Xian. It even shattered a large number of stars, fully displaying the terrifying might of a heavenly Tao saint. Be careful. Tongtian's expression changed drastically. He wanted to help Yi Xian block this attack, but Nuwa's attack was too fast. At this moment, he had no time to save Yi Xian. Bang! The starry sky exploded, and the stars shattered. Just when everyone thought that Yi Xian would die from Nua's attack, Yi Xian stretched out his palm. The starry sky within 100 million miles became unstable. The condensed giant palm that covered the sky shattered Nua's saint technique. How is this possible? This scene made Yuanshi Tianzun roar in shock. The two saints of the West's expressions changed drastically. They couldn't believe their eyes. However, before the saints could recover from their shock, Yi Xian's giant palm that covered the sky did not weaken. It smashed down on Nuwa. The starry sky within 100 million miles instantly collapsed, proving how terrifying Yi Xian's world-destroying attack was. Damn it! Faced with Yi Xian's world-destroying attack, Nuwa let out an indignant roar. Her heavenly Tao holy light soared into the sky. Her slender hands formed a saint technique, forming a heaven-severing sword that met Yi Xian's attack. Kacha! A loud explosion that shattered the starry sky rang out. Dozens of stars turned to dust. The surging sea of stars evaporated. Nuwa's heaven-severing sword shattered. The giant palm that covered the sky landed on Nuwa's body, sending her flying hundreds of millions of miles away. Silence, silence, dead silence. When this scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes, everyone felt as if they had fallen into a nightmare that they could not wake up from. They could not believe what they were seeing. The heavenly Tao saint, Nuwa, was sent flying by a single attack. This was simply unheard of. It was even more fantastical. He became a saint. He actually became a saint. The two saints of the West muttered to themselves. They looked at Yi Xian with extreme horror. Impossible. Suddenly, Yuanshi Tianzun's expression went crazy. He angrily refuted the two saints of the West's words. Saints of the saints, heaven saint. 7 saints of the saints are saints. Now. 7 saints of the saints are, how can Yi Xian become a saint? The primeval Lord of Heaven scolded coldly. However, if one listened carefully, one would find that there was a trace of tremor in his voice. Obviously, he was not as firm as he appeared. Tong Tian let out a wild laugh. His essence, qi, and spirit had undergone an earth-shattering change. How foolish. The 7 saints of the heaven saint are only talking about becoming a saint through merit. Is it impossible for Yi Dao Yu to become a saint through merit? Tong Tian laughed loudly. He was in an indescribably good mood. He had always known that Yi Xian walked the path of Tao through strength. However, he was not optimistic about the path that Yi Xian walked. Even when Huda became a saint, Tong Tian was disappointed in Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's appearance today gave Tong Tian a huge surprise. Although Yi Xian did not have the heavenly Tao's saint aura, he was able to send Nuwa flying for hundreds of millions of miles. This was enough to prove that Yi Xian's cultivation was not weaker than that of a saint. How could this not excite Tong Tian? The words of the saints caused the faces of the various orthodoxies to turn pale. Everyone looked at Yi Xian with extremely complicated expressions. No one would have thought that when the 7 saints were still alive, Yi Xian would actually be able to achieve the Tao in another way. This was simply unimaginable. Pangu opened the heavens and Hongjun passed down the Tao. Since the birth of the heavens and earth, everyone had been led into a misconception that there were only 7 saints in the heavens and earth. Even those who had always been in the sage-to-be realm fell into this misconception and coveted the position of the 7th saint. However, all of them had forgotten that there were only 7 saints through merit. Didn't Tao ancestor Hongjun also become a saint after severing the 3 corpses? He was an existence that surpassed the 7 saints. It was no wonder that everyone fell into this misconception. It was simply too difficult to become a saint. It was so difficult that it was impossible to achieve. Throughout history, other than Tao ancestor Hongjun severing the 3 corpses to become a saint, no one else had been able to become a saint through their own efforts. This had become a taboo, causing everyone to mistakenly believe that there was only one way to become a saint through merit. However, Yi Xian's appearance today finally woke everyone up. Yi Xian had broken through this taboo and became a saint through his own efforts. This also gave some of the sage-to-be saints a glimmer of hope. Yi Daoyu, did you succeed in severing the 3 corpses? Tong Tian had even changed the way he addressed Yi Xian. He directly regarded Yi Xian as someone of the same generation as him and even asked the question in his heart. It was obvious that the Grand Master of Heaven believed that Yi Xian must have succeeded in severing the 3 corpses. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess the cultivation of a saint. The Grand Master of Heaven didn't believe in using strength to prove his Tao, because he knew how difficult it was to do so. Yi Xian slowly shook his head in response to Tongtian's question. This was because he had not become a saint at all. To be exact, he was only a half-saint. However, he had passed through the 3 tribulations of the heavenly Tao to have the cultivation of a saint. His cultivation was too complicated and he could not explain it to Tong Tian in a short time. Tong Tian also seemed to understand that this was not the time to chat and did not continue to ask. He only looked at Yi Xian with an extremely excited gaze. Severing the 3 corpses. You actually did it? Yuanshi Tianzuan said in horror. He looked at Yi Xian with an extremely fearful gaze. Since ancient times, only Hongjun Tao ancestor had succeeded in severing the 3 corpses. Even the head of the 3 pure ones, Dao Tianzuan and Lao Tzu, only managed to sever 2 corpses. When facing the 3rd corpse, they finally gave up and could only change to becoming a saint through virtue. Yuanshi Tianzuan once also wanted to take the path of severing the 3 corpses to become a saint. However, in the end, he found that this path was too difficult and had a slim chance of survival. This also made him feel at ease and changed to becoming a saint through virtue. At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan's body and mind were trembling. This was because he had also formed a karma with Yi Xian. Although it was not as terrible as Niuwa's, Yi Xian would definitely settle the score with him. Hiss. The sound of cold air being sucked in could be heard continuously. Whether it was the quasi-saints between heaven and earth or the people of various orthodoxies, they all looked at Yi Xian in awe. They all thought that Yi Xian had succeeded in severing the 3 corpses and became a saint after Hongjun Tao ancestor. Unfortunately, they did not know that Yi Xian had not become a saint at all. The so-called severing of the 3 corpses had nothing to do with him. However, he did not bother to explain because he appeared here today to settle the karma with the saints. More importantly, he wanted to truly unify the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man. Yi Xian, you deserve to die. Rumble. Just as everyone was shocked speechless, they saw a riot in the depths of the starry sky. Niuwa was returning. The heavenly Tao's holy light that could suppress all things turned the stars around her into ashes. This proved how furious Niuwa was. Chapter 9:13. Rumble. The river of stars formed into a rope that stretched across the sky. Before Niuwa even arrived, she had already unleashed her boundless art, condensing the starlight within billions of miles and turning it into a sky-splitting rope that swept toward Yi Xian. The starry sky was torn apart and all living things were destroyed. Niuwa's furious attack was too terrifying, causing the quasi-saints of various orthodoxies to gasp in shock. Boom! In the starry sky, Yi Xian stood up indifferently from the celestial emperor's throne. He didn't seem to make any movements, but his 5 fingers stretched out toward the starry sky. The starry sky seemed to freeze for billions of miles. Following the sound of an explosion that shook the starry sky, Niuwa's great art was destroyed once again. Petty tricks. Bitch, do you really think I'm still the same weakling you bullied in the past? Yi Xian said coldly, looking at Niuwa with a cruel gaze. Yi Xian, I've really underestimated you. I regret not killing you back then. Otherwise, how could I have let you act so presumptuously in front of me today? Niuwa's expression was cold. She finally realized that Yi Xian's cultivation was no longer weaker than hers. This calmed her down from her extreme anger, and words of regret came from her mouth. Ha! Yi Xian laughed. He laughed very proudly and arrogantly. His rumbling laughter reverberated through billions of miles of starry sky, causing the sea of stars in all directions to churn violently. He had the right to be complacent, and he had the qualifications to be complacent. He finally didn't have to be careful, and he finally had the ability to contend against a saint. There's no medicine for regret in this world. Today, I'll consign you to eternal damnation, you bitch. You humiliated me many times in the past and almost caused me to die in Yua's palace. In the battle between the two great celestial courts, you killed my apprentice niece Xueji and destroyed my celestial court's orthodoxy. You and I have already formed the karma of life and death. Today is the day to settle it. Yi Xian stood up from the celestial emperor's throne. Black holy light swirled around him, and the starry sky for billions of miles flickered in and out of existence. Although there was no heavenly Tao's saintly might, the great terror that was born between life and death invaded everyone's hearts. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to be mentioned in the same breath as this saint? Nua's face was cold as she shouted at Yi Xian angrily, I am a heavenly saint, the mother of the demon race, and I have the merit of mending the heavens. You, on the other hand, are merely an evil demon. So what if you have a cultivation comparable to us saints? In the end, you will only be suppressed by us saints. Heavenly Tao's saintly might, golden light of merit. Nua's voice reverberated in the three realms. Wisps of terrifying heavenly Tao's saintly light permeated the air. Obviously, she was going to have a bloody battle with Yi Xian. Mother of the demon race. Yi Xian sneered, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Billions of demon race, heed my command. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian and Nua were confronting each other in the starry sky, a cold voice rang out in the auspicious cloud banquet. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice in surprise. Rumble. Demonic light shot up into the sky like a rolling tide. The two demon emperors rose into the sky and a golden decree appeared in Dong Huangtai's hand. Demonic mirror of heaven and earth, open. Emperor Jun waved his hand and threw out an ancient bronze mirror. The ancient mirror expanded rapidly in the starry sky until it was tens of thousands of feet wide. The demonic mirror of heaven and earth was the most precious treasure of the demon race. The mirror had no other function, but it could summon billions of demon race members. Anyone with demon race blood could feel the call of the demonic mirror of heaven and earth. Today, in the name of Dong Huangtai, the great emperor of the demon race, I issue a decree. Although Nua is a member of the demon race, she ignored us after becoming a saint. She allowed the sorcerer tribe to harm us without doing anything. Today, Nua's name will be removed from the demon race. Heaven and earth can bear witness. Dong Huangtai threw out the decree. Demonic characters filled the sky and shot into the demonic mirror of heaven and earth. His voice appeared in the minds of billions of demon race members in the three realms. They also saw the scene of Yi Xian and Nua confronting each other in the starry sky. The ancient demon court is the ancestral land of the demon race. After a discussion between the two demon emperors and the ancient demon race, the ancient demon court and the 33 layers of celestial court will be merged into one. From now on, billions of demon race members will worship Yi Xian as the celestial emperor of the demon race. Emperor Jun's majestic voice was heard by billions of demon race members. Rumble. The starry sky shook and the demon race's roar shook the heavens. The two celestial emperors announced to the three realms that the vast ancient demon court had come from the lower world. It directly entered the 33 layers of heaven and descended on Mount Buzhou. The 10,000 demons howled into the sky as demonic light filled the sky. The 10,000 ancient demons roared towards the sky in the demon court. The two heavenly courts had finally merged into one today. From today onwards, there would only be one heavenly court in the world, and only Yi Xian could bear the title of Heavenly Emperor. Good, good, good. Such a scene made Nua's face turn red. She looked at the two demon emperors with red eyes. Her eyes flashed with terrifying killing intent. Nua had never thought that the two demon emperors would betray her. They even dared to expel her from the demon race. This made her extremely ashamed and angry. However, this was not the end of it. What happened next not only stunned Nua on the spot, but also made the other sages extremely gloomy. Rumble. Light whistled and ghosts cried. A dark portal opened in the starry sky. Rays of light shot out from the portal and covered thousands of miles of the starry sky in the blink of an eye. Nether River Patriarch, and Demon Master Kunpeng strolled over. Behind them were the 10 kings of hell and countless nether soldiers. On the other side, the sky was filled with the light of Buddha and Demon. The spirit mountain that had not fallen since ancient times appeared quietly. With Kong Xian as the leader, skyless Buddha and many other bodhisattvas and Buddhas appeared in the starry sky. The underworld is willing to be loyal to Yi Tiandi. The spirited mountain will obey the will of the celestial emperor. Nether River Patriarch and skyless Buddha came laughing and bowed to Yi Xian. Dipankara, Duobao, what's going on? The two saints of the west were livid. They looked at Duobao Rolai and Dipankara in spirited mountain and said furiously. Unfortunately, Duobao Rolai and Dipankara were pale. They didn't dare to look at the two saints of the west, let alone answer their questions. The 10 kings of hell. Hudu's face was gloomy. She looked at the 10 kings of hell, but she gradually calmed down as if she had guessed everything. Apparently, Kunpeng had been ordered to go to the underworld to inform Nether River Patriarch of Yi Xian's return. According to Yi Xian's instructions, Nether River Patriarch and others quickly unified the underworld. During this time, Nether River even asked Nether River Patriarch for help. In just a few decades, the underworld was under their control. Needless to say, spirited mountain of the west. In the past, Yi Xian had turned into Qingming Buddha and subdued the demon in Jiuyo Tower. Skyless was a peak quasi-saint. Duobao Rolai and Dipankara were also planted with divine blood threads by Yi Xian. The so-called bodhisattvas and Buddhas were also controlled by Yi Xian. This time, Kong Xian went to Spirited Mountain and easily subdued it. Chapter 9:14. The spiritual mountain lineage was founded by the two Western sages, and the underworld was secretly controlled by Hudu. Yi Xian could be said to be directly related to the interests of the three sages, which made their expressions extremely ugly. As for the ancient demon court, Nua was no longer expelled from the demon race. At this moment, she wanted nothing more than to kill the two demon emperors so that she could vent the hatred in her heart. Yi Xian, I have to say that you're very bold. You actually want to truly unify the three realms? Nua scolded coldly, looking at Yi Xian with a gloomy gaze. I'm the master of the three realms. How can I unify the three realms? Yi Xian smiled strangely, his words full of sarcasm. Unfortunately, you won't be able to sit as the master of the three realms for long. Today is the day your soul dissipates. The heavenly Tao's holy aura spread out. Nua no longer showed any emotions on her face. She seemed to have entered an extraordinary state. Only the heavenly Tao's holy light surrounded her body. She walked slowly towards Yi Xian. Sensing the will of the heavens, fighting to the extreme. Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression changed. He directly exposed Nua's current state. Yi Daoyu, be careful. Tong Tian hurriedly reminded. As a saint, Tong Tian knew how terrifying Nua's current state was. Interesting. Is this the true terror of a saint? Yi Xian whispered cruelly. He could feel that Nua's essence, energy, and spirit had risen to the peak. Her entire body seemed to have merged with the world. It gave him an extreme sense of oppression, and he faintly felt that he could not breathe. The spring wind and rain, the holy light was gentle, and the heavenly Tao's holy aura covered all things. A wisp of golden light surrounded Nua's body. Her originally expressionless face now revealed a loving smile. Yi Xian, you will never understand what it means to be a heavenly Tao saint. The heavens and earth are me, and I am the heavens and earth. You are merely a different type of Tao. How can you fight against the entire heavens and earth? Nua's voice was unusually gentle, and the smile on her face grew wider and wider. However, her smile contained an indescribable terror. Even the entire luminous starry sky began to fade. Bolts of golden lightning flickered in and out of existence in all directions, shaking the boundless starry sky until it began to crack. We heavenly path sages are not just empty words. Junior sister Nua has already merged with the heavens and earth, and has truly displayed the might of a saint. Although Yi Xian has achieved the Tao in another way, he is not recognized by the heavens and earth. Even if he doesn't die today, he will definitely not be a match for junior sister Nua. Yuanshi Tianzuan stood proudly, and his words came from his mouth. The dignity of a sage cannot be offended. Let's wait and see. The two sages of the West stood alone. Their faces were calm, but their gazes toward Yi Xian were uncertain. The sage's will is the will of the heavens, and the sage's heart is the will of the heavens. This sage will act on behalf of the heavens and kill you here. Kill. Vast and boundless, the sage's voice was Tong Tian. When Nua merged with the heavens and earth, she truly displayed the might of a heavenly Tao saint. She merely pointed a finger at Yi Xian, and an extremely terrifying thing happened. Buzz. The starry sky faded, and all things turned to dust. A golden light grew above Yi Xian's head and fell toward Yi Xian. It actually turned the space around Yi Xian into a vacuum, and the celestial emperor's throne turned into a wisp of ash. Retreat. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly, and he instantly disappeared from where he was. He appeared in front of Nua in an instant, and a terrifying fist came crashing down on Nua. Rumble. The starry sky collapsed, and large stars exploded. Yi Xian's fist was too terrifying, and it directly shattered the starry sky. Countless large stars were turned to dust, but Nua's body dissipated like a bubble. Yi Xian's attack actually didn't hit her at all. Brute force is unbearably clumsy. You don't understand the might of a sage at all. Suddenly, Nua's cold voice came from behind Yi Xian. The heavenly Tao saint's light that could annihilate all things suddenly drowned Yi Xian, and a slender palm slapped Yi Xian's body. Bang! The attack of a sage was also an attack of the heavens and earth, and it contained indescribable power. It directly sent Yi Xian flying hundreds of millions of kilometers away, and even shattered several large stars. An ant will always be an ant. The so-called way of attaining the Tao is nothing. You're also not a sage who severed 3 corpses. Nua stood proudly in the starry sky. Her golden robes fluttered in the astral winds, and her hair danced slightly. The wisp of heavenly Tao saint's light circled around her body, making her look even more extraordinary. It was impossible to look directly at her. Humph, as expected. I was curious before. If this Yi Xian had severed 3 corpses to attain the Tao, he should be able to suppress us in terms of aura. Now, it seems that he used some unknown method to forcefully raise his cultivation to the sage realm, but he doesn't know a thing about the methods of a sage, Yuanshi Tianzuan said sarcastically, and the heavy look in his eyes gradually faded away. Yi Xian, you've really tricked this sage. Suddenly, Hudu's face turned gloomy. She originally thought that Yi Xian had severed 3 corpses to attain the sage realm, so she naturally wouldn't dare to offend Yi Xian and wanted to stay out of this matter. However, after hearing Yuanshi Tianzuan's judgment, Hudu was filled with hatred. How could she have been fooled by Yi Xian? At this moment, Tong Tian frowned. He never thought that Yi Xian wouldn't know the methods of a sage, and this made him very anxious. Buzz. So close, yet worlds apart, the starry sky turned into a shadow. Yi Xian returned without any injuries, and there wasn't a trace of anger on his face. Instead, he looked calmly at Nuwa. "You're actually fine." Nuwa was slightly stunned. Although she had only used 60% of her strength in that attack, it contained the power of heaven and earth. In her opinion, Yi Xian must have been injured. After all, he wasn't a true sage. "Come, let me see how capable you are." Yi Xian said calmly, but there was an unfathomable look in his eyes as he looked at Nuwa. No one knew what Yi Xian was thinking. "Ignorant child." Nuwa scolded coldly. The heavenly Tao's sacred aura erupted. She pointed her finger at Yi Xian again. This time, she went straight for Yi Xian's glabella. Clearly, she wanted to give Yi Xian a fatal blow. Rumble. The galaxy reversed, and the universe shifted. Nuwa's attack shook heaven and earth and shattered the starry sky. The golden sacred light covered the sky and earth, and instantly locked onto Yi Xian. "Celestial Emperor, be careful." Seeing Nuwa's attack, the members of the Celestial Court cried out in shock. However, Nuwa's finger attack was even more terrifying than before. Her entire body appeared in front of Yi Xian, and her golden finger was already pointing at Yi Xian's glabella. "Yi Xian, go to hell." Nuwa smiled proudly. She felt that she had overestimated Yi Xian. He couldn't even withstand a single attack from her. She even pointed at Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Yi Xian would definitely die. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Yi Xian's entire body was shaking. A golden light spread out from Yi Xian's glabella. Instantly, Yi Xian's entire body was submerged. The space around the two of them collapsed inch by inch. Cracks appeared in space, and countless stars were swallowed by the cracks. The terrifying scene was simply unbearable. "Master, don't." The Empyrean fairy pleaded sorrowfully. "Set up the absolute chaos formation." "Where are the ancient demons?" "Set up the heavenly cycle star formation for me." Taishang Laojuan's expression was solemn as he roared at the members of the Celestial Court. Dong Huang Tai immediately took out the Bell of Chaos and struck out array runes. Clearly, he wanted to set up the absolute chaos formation to save Yi Xian. "Damn it!" Tong Tian roared with hatred. His 4 immortal slaying swords shot out. Clearly, he was going to slash at Nuwa in the next moment, hoping to save Yi Xian's life. Tong Tian and the rest couldn't be blamed for their reactions. Yi Xian wasn't a heavenly path sage. He was just a different kind of heavenly path sage. He wasn't an immortal existence like a heavenly path sage. Because Yi Xian didn't have the support of the heavenly path, Nuwa's fatal attack might take his life. "You're really weak, aren't you?" Suddenly, a calm voice was heard. It was also this voice that stunned the members of the Celestial Court. Even the 4 immortal slaying swords that Tong Tian was about to unleash froze. Everyone looked in the direction of Yi Xian. The wind rose. It was the 9 heaven squall. Crack! Thunder moved. It was a wisp of black lightning. Above the starry sky, Nuwa's face was pale. Her finger that was pointing at Yi Xian was disappearing inch by inch. The terrifying golden light that enveloped Yi Xian's body was quickly dissipating. Wisps of black lightning spread out. Bang! The golden light exploded. Yi Xian slowly walked out of the golden light. Wisps of black lightning surrounded his body. How was he injured at all? At this moment, he was looking at Nuwa with an indifferent expression. The smile on his face became increasingly strange. "Is this all you've got, you bitch?" Yi Xian muttered in disappointment. His smile disappeared and gradually turned cold. He looked at Nuwa with a cruel and sinister gaze. Chapter 9:15. How could this be? A piercing scream shook everyone's eardrums. Nuwa retreated in horror. Her fair fingers were stained with blood, but the pain from her broken fingers could not calm Nuwa's palpitating heart. The blow just now contained the power of heaven and earth, but Yi Xian was unscathed. This was simply unbelievable to Nuwa. I've surpassed the physical body of the ancestor of sorcerers and broken the shackles of heaven and earth. Throughout the 3 realms, who can hurt my physical body? The 9 heavens' strong wind was howling, and black thunderbolts were flashing. Yi Xian walked slowly toward Nuwa, and his indifferent and emotionless voice came from all directions. Everyone was shocked and looked at him in horror. Not to mention Nuwa, even the sages were in an extremely heavy mood. Everyone looked at Yi Xian with fear in their eyes. What a terrifying physical body. Could it be that he has cultivated the Panga true body? Impossible, the Panga true body is just a legend. In this world, other than the 12 ancestors of sorcerers who can reproduce the Panga true body, who else can cultivate the Panga true body? The saints cried out in surprise. It was only because Yi Xian's physical body was too terrifying that even a single strike from a saint was unable to harm him. Rumble. The stars moved, and all the laws of heaven and earth moved. Under the horrified gazes of the sages, Yi Xian took a step forward and directly tore through the space to appear in front of Nuwa. The physical body fights against heaven and earth, and all the laws can be suppressed. Yi Xian roared cruelly, and the smile on his face was ferocious and terrifying. His body was glowing, which was a kind of chaotic and immeasurable light. Wisps of black thunderbolts crackled on his body, making him look even more majestic. Kneel down before me. Yi Xian swung his fists, as if he was swinging the whole world. The 2 fist radiances were like heaven-breaking hammers, smashing toward Nuwa with the power to suppress heaven and earth. Primordial Dipper Technique. In the face of Yi Xian's earth-shattering killing technique, Nuwa's face turned extremely pale. She shouted loudly to boost her courage and formed a Supreme Saint technique with both hands to condense a Protective Saint technique, hoping to block Yi Xian's attack. Clang! Yi Xian's fists violently smashed onto Nuwa's jade-white arms. The Primordial Dipper technique exploded and turned into golden light that filled the sky. Nuwa's entire body fell towards a star below, and a muffled groan came from her mouth. But this was not the end. Yi Xian followed like a shadow. He shuttled between the void and reality, and appeared in front of Nuwa like a maggot. His 2 fists were as dazzling as the stars in the sky. Black lightning flashed on his fists as he mercilessly smashed down on Nuwa. How dare you! Nuwa's face turned pale as she angrily rebuked Yi Xian. Her body fell rapidly, and her hands formed thousands of palm shadows to frantically block Yi Xian's attacks. Unfortunately, Nuwa had never expected that Yi Xian's physical body was extremely terrifying. Even a saint would not be able to compete with him in terms of physical body. At this moment, she actually dared to fight against Yi Xian in terms of physical body. This was simply courting death. Clang! 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 Yi Xian's fists were too terrifying. Each of his fists shattered one of Nuwa's great techniques. The terrifying fist radiances flashed with black lightning and mercilessly bombarded her arms. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was abnormally ear-piercing. Nuwa suffered Yi Xian's brutal and merciless attacks. Her arms were already distorted in an irregular manner. Her arms were actually broken by Yi Xian, and her entire body powerlessly fell towards the planet below. Ah! Nuwa cried out in pain. The pain from her broken arms was simply unbearable. Although she was a saint, she was still a woman. It was just that she was very lucky to have obtained a saint's position. Other than a few saints, she had always been high and mighty. When had she ever fought with anyone in such an intense battle, not to mention the pain of having her body broken? Bang! The heavens shook and the earth cracked. Nuwa finally fell on a withered planet. However, her arms were already broken, and the golden bones inside were faintly discernible. Kneel before this emperor. The heavens and earth exploded, overbearing and unruly. Before Nuwa could stabilize herself, Yi Xian mysteriously appeared above her. His terrifying fists were eye-piercing and once again smashed down on Nuwa. Bang! One punch, just one punch, directly landed on Nuwa's cheek. She spat out a mouthful of saint blood. Half of her cheek was already red and swollen, and a tooth caught in the foam of blood fell out. But this was not the end. Buzz! Yi Xian's punch was too terrifying. Not only did it contain his cultivation of the heavenly Tao's 3 tribulations, but it also contained the terrifying power of his indestructible demon body. Nuwa was sent flying like a shooting star. Chi! Yi Xian shuttled between the void and reality. In an instant, he caught up with Nuwa, who had been sent flying. His leg swept out like a whip of heaven and earth, ruthlessly and mercilessly lashing out at Nuwa's head. Bang! This attack was too ferocious. Nuwa spat out another mouthful of saint blood, and she was sent flying again. Her hair was already in a mess, and it was stained with the golden saint blood that she had spat out. Bang, bang, bang. Like a cluster of stars in the sky, flowing light transformed into shadows. A terrifying scene unfolded, causing the sages to stare blankly at each other. Various orthodoxies even screamed in horror. On that withered star, Nuwa's body was like a rubber ball. She was continuously kicked by Yi Xian, unable to retaliate at all. Thousands of miles of the starry sky constantly intertwined with the figures of the two of them chasing each other. The eruption of light was even more blinding. No. They were not chasing each other. It was more like a game of torture and killing. Yi Xian seemed to have found a very interesting game. He kept appearing in front of Nuwa, kicking and hitting her like a rubber ball. His expression was cruel and sinister. How? How is this possible? Seeing Nuwa being tortured like this, Hudu had long lost her composure. She screamed in horror, unable to believe what she was seeing. Damn it, junior sister Nuwa was too careless. Yi Xian's physical body is too terrifying. She just had to let Yi Xian get close to her. Otherwise, why would she be humiliated like this? Yuanshi Tianzuan roared hatefully. However, his eyes were filled with dread when he looked at Yi Xian. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Yi Xian was finally bored of this game of torture and killing. His broad feet stomped on Nuwa's body. The two of them fell like a meteor. Rumble. The withered star rumbled and shook. Nuwa's body crashed into the surface of the star. Yi Xian's feet were still on her chest. Pooh! Nuwa spat out a mouthful of golden blood again. Her eyes were in a trance. Her originally luxurious golden robe was now covered with mud. Combined with the blood stains on her body, it could be said that she was in an extremely miserable state. Slut, today is the day we settle the karma of the past. I want you to never be reincarnated. Yi Xian was cruel and ferocious. He kept his feet on Nuwa, who was in a semi-conscious state. He bent down, stretched out his jade-like hand, and clutched Nuwa's white jade neck. At this moment, an extremely cruel and ruthless scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Yi Xian had one foot on Nuwa's chest. He bent down and pinched her neck, pressing her to the ground. He slowly raised his right fist and a sinister laughter came from Yi Xian's mouth. What is he doing? Huda growled in horror. Unfortunately, before the other saints could answer her question, what happened next made everyone tremble in body and mind. Some of the weak-minded people's knees went soft and they collapsed to the ground. Chapter 9:16. Bang! The earth trembled and the starry sky exploded. Yi Xian raised his right fist and smashed it violently onto Nua's face. The sound of her skull breaking was abnormally ear-piercing. Streams of golden blood sprayed onto Yi Xian's face, making him look even more terrifying and terrifying. Bang! One punch. Bang bang. Two punches. Bang bang bang. Three punches. Cruel and ruthless. Fist radiance whistled through the sky. Yi Xian swung his fists and smashed down continuously. Nua's head had already been smashed flat by him. It was impossible to see her original appearance. The shattered bone fragments and blood splattered all over the ground. This kind of extremely cruel killing was even more shocking. Back then, you killed Xue Ji. She was the only disciple of my close friend, Lu Bai. Today, this punch is for martial niece Xue Ji. Bang! Yi Xian roared in a deranged manner. His fist penetrated Nua's body, and the spurting blood soaked his entire body. This punch is for the dead Celestial Court members. Bang! Yi Xian viciously punched out, and directly blasted half of Nua's body into smithereens. This punch is for the humiliation you gave me in the past, and for myself. The fist radiance was like an ancient divine mountain, suppressing the starry sky and shattering heaven and earth. It violently smashed onto Nua's broken body, causing Nua to no longer look human. Kneel. Suddenly, Yi Xian lifted Nua's entire body up. When he stepped out, he broke both of Nua's knees, and directly forced Nua to kneel on the ground. What saint? It's all bullshit. Today, this emperor wants you to die without a burial ground. Dominating the starry sky and suppressing all things, Yi Xian roared towards the sky. His body emitted a dark sacred light, and actually caused the three realms to tremble violently. He suddenly raised his right fist and smashed it towards Nua with Tongtian killing intent. Bang! Blood rained down as the starry skies exploded. Yi Xian's fist was extremely resplendent, and it contained his techniques and Dao. It directly blasted Nua into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Heaven and earth were silent, and not a sound could be heard. When Nua turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky, Yi Xian stretched out his arms and bathed in the golden rain of blood. His mouth slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The knot in his heart that had been suppressed for many years had finally been relieved. Dead? Ni. Nua is dead. Impossible, right? Dream, I must be dreaming. Dozens of breaths had passed. People from various orthodoxies were constantly sucking in cold breaths as they mumbled to themselves. None of them dared to believe what they were seeing. They even believed that they were in a dream. Dead, Nua was killed by the Sky Emperor. The celestial court of the 33 layers was in an uproar, the people were cheering in joy. The divine mountain of Buzhou was rumbling, and the sound of the war drums of the 9 heavens could be heard. At this moment, the two sages of the West's expression froze. Yuanshi Tianzuan was gloomy and silent, Hudu's eyes were filled with horror, and Tong Tian was frowning. The other sages had different expressions, and no one knew what they were thinking. As long as the heavenly Tao exists, the sages will not die. Suddenly, a cold and emotionless voice rang out. A speck of golden light bloomed in the starry skies. The golden sage blood that was originally drifting in all directions turned into a long river and condensed in the middle of this speck of golden light. A slender figure walked out of the golden light. Wisps of virtuous golden light covered her body, and a merciless heavenly Tao's sacred aura filled the sky. Nua. Her silky hair scattered behind her head. Her body was unharmed, and the heavenly Tao's sacred light was rumbling and rising. She stood in the starry skies and looked down at Yi Xian. There was no shame or anger on her face, and there was only coldness and indifference. It's over. The legend of the sages being immortal is true. I'm afraid the Sky Emperor will sigh. The Nether River Patriarch whispered in horror and let out a long sigh. This made the celestial court's expression change drastically, and an extremely heavy atmosphere grew in everyone's hearts. Humph! Yuanshi Tianzuan stood proudly. His expression gradually returned to normal as he snorted and whispered, "Heavenly Tao sages are immortal. Even if Yi Xian's physical body is peerless, he can't kill Junior Nuwa. This is an ironclad fact." Amitba. The two sages of the West chanted softly and said, "Both of you are sages. Why don't we stop here today? Even if we continue fighting, there's no result. Why don't we turn hostility into friendship? Yi Dao Yu, you've already avenged your past humiliation in today's battle. Your karma with Nuwa has also been settled. From now on, you'll be the celestial emperor of the three realms. I'm sure Nuwa won't say anything." Tong Tian advised softly, hoping that Yi Xian would stop. "Yi Tiandi, you've already won today's battle. We sages have transcended the mortal world. Why don't we stop here?" Hutu also advised. Yuanshi Tianzuan whispered, "Junior Nuwa, Yi Xian has already achieved the Tao. Although he's not a heavenly Tao sage, he's not inferior to us. Although the karma between the two of you is deep, you've already lost today. It's also considered as settling the grudge between the two of you. Why don't we just stop here?" The sages couldn't be blamed for speaking out. In fact, the logic was very simple. Sages couldn't be killed. The so-called dispute was just for their own face. The sages all understood this logic. For example, during the investiture of the Gods' War, Tong Tian fought 4 sages alone. In the end, the 4 sages couldn't kill him. They only made Tong Tian lose face and retreat. Tong Tian had always wanted to find other sages to settle the karma of the investiture of the gods. In fact, he wanted to clear his name and regain his lost face. As for the life and death battle between sages, it didn't exist. It wasn't that they didn't want to kill each other, but that sages couldn't be killed. This was the most important problem. At this moment, Nuwa stood in the starry sky. The aura around her was cold and emotionless. Her eyes were extremely indifferent, but in fact, she was extremely embarrassed and angry. This was because Yi Xian had ruthlessly humiliated her and even destroyed her body. This had already made her lose face as a sage. However, the few sages had made peace. Nuwa also knew that continuing to fight with Yi Xian was pointless. Yi Xian couldn't kill her, and she couldn't hurt Yi Xian's body. This was simply an endless battle. Furthermore, Yi Xian's combat strength was above hers. Even though she wished she could kill Yi Xian, continuing to fight with Yi Xian would only repeat the previous incident. She would only be asking for humiliation. Alright, since senior brothers and junior sister Hudu have made peace, this sage will stop today. From now on, this sage and Yi Xian will not interfere with each other's business. Nuwa's expression was cold. She flung her sleeves and walked into the distance. Clearly, she didn't have the face to stay here. Phew. At the same time, the people of the celestial court heaved a sigh of relief. This was obviously the best outcome. Their celestial court had already proven himself. He had even destroyed Nuwa's body and regained his dignity. He would be on equal footing with the 7 sages. From now on, the 33 celestial courts would truly unify the 3 realms. This also made the people of the celestial court extremely gratified. It wasn't that the people of the celestial court didn't want to kill Nuwa. It was simply impossible and unrealistic because Nuwa was a heavenly saint. Unless the world collapsed and all living beings perished, no one could kill Nuwa. This was the best outcome they could hope for. On the other hand, the quasi-saints of the various orthodoxies sighed in their hearts. It seemed that from now on, there would be another saint in the world. The 33 levels of the heavenly court would truly expand, and from today onwards, Yi Xian would be the leader of the three realms. At this moment, just when everyone thought that the Heavenmender festival would end abruptly and Nuwa was about to leave, a calm and cold voice resounded in all directions. It also caused Nuwa to stop abruptly. The sages were completely stunned. Nuwa, did this sage allow you to leave? Yi Xian stepped into the sky. Black lightning flickered around his body and he actually blocked Nuwa's path. His gaze towards Nuwa was even colder and more emotionless. Yi Xian, what do you want? Nuwa frowned. Her face was filled with shame and anger. She had already backed down today, but Yi Xian still wanted a mile after taking an inch. How could she endure this? The 6 desires are merciless and the world is heartless. No one has ever walked out of my hands alive if I, Yi Xian, want to kill them. Not even sages are an exception. Rumble. When Yi Xian's merciless voice reverberated in all directions, the entire starry sky dimmed. An aura that seemed like it could slaughter the heavens and the earth erupted from Yi Xian's body. Chapter 9:17. Everyone was shocked into silence. When Yi Xian blocked Nuwa's path, everyone was stunned speechless. They could only look at Yi Xian in shock. What? What is Yi Tiandi trying to do? Her Highness Nuwa has already retreated, but he's still pushing his luck. Is he trying to kill a sage? A lunatic will always be a lunatic. Even if he has the cultivation of a sage, it doesn't change the fact that he's a lunatic. An uproar broke out as all sorts of discussions were heard. It was obvious that Yi Xian was too ignorant to know when to advance or retreat. Although he had beaten Nuwa to the point that she couldn't fight back, a saint couldn't be killed at all. This caused the various orthodoxies and quasi-saints to sneer in their hearts. Above the starry sky, the killing intent was biting cold. Nuwa, who was blocked by Yi Xian, looked extremely cold. Her eyes flashed with extreme killing intent, and she looked at Yi Xian with shame and anger. Yi Xian, it's not that I'm afraid of you. Today, we've settled our karma, and I've lost my dignity. Are you going to continue humiliating me? Nuwa kept a safe distance from Yi Xian as the heavenly Tao's holy light covered her body. She even scolded him angrily. Obviously, Nuwa did not think that Yi Xian could kill her. He had blocked her path only to continue humiliating her. This made Nuwa extremely angry. Celestial Emperor, it's better to make enemies than to resolve them. We've done enough today. Why don't we just let it go? The Empyrean fairy consoled from afar. She looked at Yi Xian with a slightly anxious expression. Celestial Emperor, if our dead brothers knew what you've done today, they would be able to rest in peace. Why don't we just bury the hatchet? The Kunpeng also chimed in. A worthy younger brother, a sage cannot be killed. Since Nuwa has already humbled herself, just let her be. The Empress Ziwei secretly transmitted her voice. Everyone from the celestial court stepped forward to persuade him. It was not that they did not want to kill Nuwa, but they were very calm. They knew that Nuwa could not be killed, so why bother to continue fighting? Unfortunately, Yi Xian turned a deaf ear to the celestial court's persuasion and did not respond at all. Since he dared to block Nuwa's path, he must have his own plans. Halberd, come. Suddenly, Yi Xian let out a cruel roar. Under everyone's horrified gaze, a 3-inch halberd appeared between Yi Xian's eyebrows. The murderous aura of the Tongtian roared out. Rumble. The Tongtian moved the earth and suppressed the past and present. The 3-inch halberd expanded into the heaven-destroying halberd and landed in Yi Xian's hands. The pitch-black halberd shone with a terrifying cold light. The black light on the tip of the halberd was like an eye that could steal souls. I have a halberd called the heaven-destroying halberd. This halberd came from beyond the 9 heavens and was born in the chaos. It can be said to be the #1 killing weapon in all of history. In the past, the Jade Emperor of the Celestial Court was said to be immortal and indestructible. However, I used this halberd to nail him to death on the southern heavenly gate. I wonder if you, Nuwa, can escape this calamity. Yi Xian held the halberd in his hands. The Tongtian's black holy light shone down and the heaven-destroying halberd buzzed in his hands. The murderous aura reverberated in the starry sky. A chaotic divine weapon, so that's how it is. The heavenly sovereign of the primordial beginning whispered in horror. His expression became extremely heavy, while the other saints' eyes were filled with panic. They stared fixedly at the heavenly punishing halberd in Yi Xian's hand, their hearts trembling violently. The heavenly path sages were connected to the heavens and earth. When the heaven-destroying halberd appeared, their connection to the heavens and earth became extremely weak, as if it was cut off by some mysterious force. Yi Xian, don't make a mistake. Nuwa shouted in a low voice. There was a hint of panic in her eyes. She was obviously very wary of the heaven-destroying halberd. The origin of this weapon was too mysterious and too terrifying. If it could really kill her, it would be a great calamity for her. Kill. The starry sky was rioting and murderous aura filled the sky. Yi Xian did not waste any time. His only goal was to kill Nuwa. At this moment, he viciously charged towards Nuwa and thrust his halberd towards Nuwa's forehead. Clearly, he wanted to kill Nuwa with the heaven-destroying halberd, just like how he killed the Jade Emperor in the past. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? After all, Nuwa was a heavenly path sage. She was not an ant that Yi Xian could trample on as he wished. She flew backwards and maintained a safe distance from Yi Xian. Then, she threw out the connate spiritual treasure, the red embroidered ball, and engaged in battle with Yi Xian. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Xian's physical body was unparalleled and could be said to be the best in the three realms. Even a saint could not compete with him. He waved the heaven-destroying halberd and released a destructive force that constantly knocked away Nuwa's red embroidered ball. However, Nuwa had learned her lesson this time. She knew that her physical strength was no match for Yi Xian's, so she constantly used the saint force of heaven and earth to unleash saint techniques to kill Yi Xian. The red embroidered ball was even more agile. It carried a mighty force that could shatter the starry sky as it clashed with Yi Xian's heaven-destroying halberd. Whistling sounds filled the starry sky as the world shook. Yi Xian fought with all his might. Stars shattered one after another and the boundless sea of stars vaporized into smoke. He appeared to be dominating the world and was determined to kill Nuwa with his heaven-destroying halberd. Unfortunately, Nuwa was not as weak as imagined. She had been completely defeated by Yi Xian previously because she had been careless and had given Yi Xian an opportunity to take advantage of her. Now that she had fully unleashed her cultivation, she could not compete with Yi Xian in terms of physical strength. She repeatedly used saint techniques and was now evenly matched with Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you little dog. You've gone too far. Since you want to continue fighting, I'll fight with you for 3,000 years. I'd like to see what you're capable of, Yi Xian. Nuwa waved her hand and unleashed a saint-light technique, sending Yi Xian flying. The terrifying saint force of heaven and earth was too terrifying. Even if Yi Xian took the attack head-on, it was impossible for him to remain unmoved. Die. Suddenly, Yi Xian shuttled between the void and reality and mysteriously appeared in front of Nuwa. His face was cruel and ferocious as he slashed his halberd at Nuwa. Buzz. The starry sky disappeared and all techniques disappeared. Although the halberd had slashed through Nuwa's body, the strange thing was that Nuwa's body disappeared like a bubble. It was clearly an illusion. If I'd known that you wanted to fight me in close combat, I wouldn't have given you the chance. Nuwa silently appeared thousands of miles away. The heavenly divine light around her was thick and dense. She looked at Yi Xian with a mocking gaze. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. Nuwa would never allow the same thing to happen again. At this moment, she was using all her cultivation to guard against Yi Xian. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't have the chance to kill her again. Moreover, Nuwa was extremely wary of the heaven-destroying halberd. This was because the heaven-destroying halberd gave her an extremely uneasy feeling. This feeling meant death. Naturally, she didn't dare to be careless. Yi Xian, give up. Neither of us can do anything to each other. Although you've achieved Tao in a different way, you only have a strong physical body. Your use of saint techniques is too shallow. You can't even touch my clothes. Do you think there'll be a result if we continue to fight? Nuwa said coldly, describing the reality before her. Chapter 9:18. At this moment. Whether it was the sage to be of various orthodoxies or the sages, all of them could see Yi Xian's weakness. Yes, it was his weakness. Yi Xian was terrifying because of his close combat skills and had almost no use of sorcery. Nuwa, on the other hand, was different. Her use of the sage grand technique had reached the pinnacle and she could even merge with heaven and earth. This made the two of them evenly matched. Nuwa is right. Although the Celestial Emperor's cultivation is terrifying, he is indeed lacking in sorcery. When I fought with him in the past, I found that he had always been fighting in close combat and rarely used sorcery. His fighting style is almost the same as the Wu tribe. This is indeed his weakness, Di Jun said in a low voice, which made the faces of the celestial court extremely grave. Just as Di Jun had said, when he fought with Yi Xian in the past, Di Jun was known as the most amazing genius of the demon tribe. He was also proficient in all the secret skills of the demon tribe. Even Dong Huang Tai could not compare with him in terms of sorcery. Back then, when Di Jun was defeated by Yi Xian, it was only because Yi Xian's cultivation was higher than his. In terms of strength, he was already able to crush him, but in terms of techniques, Di Jun was still slightly superior. However, the situation now was different. Nuwa was not Di Jun. She was a true sage who had reached the pinnacle of the sage grand technique and her cultivation was not much lower than Yi Xian's. Thunder rumbled in all directions and the starry sky dimmed. Yi Xian stood with his halberd. He did not continue to attack Nuwa, but a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The sage grand technique? Yi Xian murmured. However, when Nuwa saw his smile, Nuwa frowned and felt a chill in her heart. She felt that something bad was about to happen. Whing! Ripples appeared in the void. Just as everyone's attention was on Yi Xian actually rooted his heaven-destroying halberd in the void. A wisp of chaotic fog quietly entwined around his body, giving off an extremely eerie feeling. Limitless heaven and earth, all laws return to one. Rumble. The starry sky was extinguished, the great stars were sinking, and the vast sea of stars was overturned. The chaotic fog around Yi Xian howled out. This chaotic fog seemed to have a mind of its own, transforming into dark runes that filled Yi Xian's surroundings. The undying immortal scripture is a forbidden technique. If it wasn't for your reminder, I would have forgotten about it. Yi Xian said indifferently. His body glowed. This was a kind of pulsating light. The dark runes flickered and pulsated, and the mysterious sound of chanting could be heard in the void. 18 celestial demons heaven and earth change, the undying secret technique to suppress the past and present. Suddenly, Yi Xian formed a seal with both hands, and a hoarse voice came from his mouth. He was chanting the sutra, and the pulsating dark runes flew out, causing the starry sky to undergo an extremely terrifying change. Roar! The celestial demons roared, and the starry sky shook. A total of 18 dark runes flickered in the starry sky, and 18 angry roars that shocked the celestial demons reverberated in the starry sky. Change! Under everyone's stunned gaze, Yi Xian formed a huge black seal with both hands, and directly slammed the seal out. The 18 black runes suddenly disappeared, and actually condensed into 18 terrifying demonic shadows that roared fiercely in the starry sky. 18 Celestial Demons Transformation. Yi Xian roared towards the sky. His expression was cold and merciless. The 1,800,000-meter-tall demonic shadows emitted an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth as they instantly pounced towards Niwa. 18 Celestial Demons Transformation. This was a supreme technique from the forbidden chapter of the undying celestial scripture. Without the cultivation of the three tribulations of the heavenly Tao, it was impossible to use it. At this moment, Yi Xian waved his hand and directly displayed an extremely terrifying power. What is this thing? Yuanshi Tianzuan roared in horror. His eyes were trembling, because the aura of these 18 demonic shadows was too terrifying. It even contained an aura of death, which made him extremely shocked. The old legends say that there are chaos divine techniques in outer space, but there are also chaos demonic arts. If I'm not wrong, what Yi Xian is using is the legendary chaos demonic arts. Tong Tian said in shock. He stared at the 18 demonic shadows, and there was an indescribable look in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Insignificant tricks. Watch me break your evil technique. Niwa's body was covered in the heavenly Tao's holy light. Her slender jade-like hands danced in the starry sky, and streams of starry rivers whistled over. The hundreds of stars covered the sky, displaying a saint technique unique to heavenly Tao saints. Sky shifting technique. The starry river rolled back the starry sky, and the huge stars flickered. Niwa let out a roar. This was one of her trump cards. Not only did it nurture her cultivation of heavenly Tao saint, it also contained the power of heaven and earth. Roar. The 18 demonic shadows roared wantonly. The starry river and the huge stars attacked. When the two collided, an extremely terrifying explosion was heard. Bang! 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 A terrifying thing happened. The 18 gigantic demonic shadows swelled rapidly, becoming 1,000,000 miles long. As they swung their arms, they smashed the stars one after another. The streams of stars around them were shattered into starlight. Change. The black seal in Yi Xian's hand suddenly changed. The 18 phantoms of the gods and devils actually fused into one and transformed into a 12th-grade black lotus platform. That terrifying black holy light bloomed even more terrifyingly on the black lotus. World. World Annihilation Demonic Lotus. You. How can you have demon ancestor Luoho's World Annihilation Demonic Lotus? Such a scene made Niwa's face turn pale. She unconsciously retreated. The 18 demonic shadows had already shocked her. At this moment, Yi Xian actually condensed the World Annihilation Demonic Lotus. This simply made Niwa extremely shocked. It was no wonder that Niwa reacted this way. One should know that the World Annihilation Demonic Lotus was too terrifying. It was also Luoho's lifelong treasure. With this lotus in hand, even saints would be wary. And the most important problem was that when Tao ancestor Hong Jun merged with the Tao in the past, he had said that demon ancestor Luoho was one of the chaotic demonic gods. He was not restricted by heaven and earth. This World Annihilation Demonic Lotus could even harm the heavenly Tao saint's saint heart. If there was anyone in the heaven, earth, and mortal realms that could make saints wary, then Luoho would definitely be one of them. This was because Luoho achieved Tao in another way. His cultivation was not weaker than a saint's. Unfortunately, at the beginning of the creation of the world, although the fiend ancestor Rahu had achieved the Tao in another way, he had been severely injured by Tao ancestor Hong Jun and was on the verge of death. His Tao had fallen greatly. The 4 immortal vanquishing swords and the immortal vanquishing formation in the hands of the Grand Master of Heaven were Rahu's. However, they had been snatched away by Hong Jun back then and were given to the Grand Master of Heaven. Demon ancestor Luoho, one of the 3,000 chaotic demonic gods, was a figure of the same generation as Tao ancestor Hong Jun. At this moment, Yi Xian condensed the world annihilation demonic lotus. How could this not make Nuwa extremely shocked? No, this is not the world annihilation demonic lotus. This is just something condensed from the chaotic demonic art. Suddenly, the heavenly sovereign of primordial beginning coldly spoke, revealing the great technique that Yi Xian was currently using. Chapter 919. Rumble. Something extremely terrifying happened. The black demonic lotus strangely hung over Nuwa's head. The Tongtian's demonic light poured down, not giving Nuwa any chance to react. It directly suppressed her in the starry sky. Break! Nuwa's expression changed greatly. She formed a seal with both hands and shot out the heavenly Tao Saint light, wanting to shatter the demonic lotus above her head. However, the black demonic lotus was too terrifying. It was a supreme technique from the forbidden chapter of the Immortal scripture. How could Nuwa break it so easily? Suppress. The Immortal scripture, a forbidden technique. Yi Xian sneered. The black seal formed by his hand was too terrifying. It directly crushed Nuwa's heavenly Tao Saint light and isolated this part of the starry sky from the outside world. Chaotic demonic lotus, separating heaven and earth. This is a forbidden technique. No matter what technique you use, Tong Tian, how can you escape from my control? Yi Xian sneered. The black demonic lotus firmly suppressed Nuwa on the spot. It even shattered the heavenly Tao Saint light on Nuwa's body. Halberd, come. Rumble. The starry sky was turbulent, killing everything. As Yi Xian roared, the heaven-punishing halberd turned into a stream of light and landed in his hand. A brutal and cruel aura spread out from Yi Xian. Damn it! Looking at Yi Xian holding the halberd in his hand and the black lotus suppressing her, Nuwa's expression was extremely terrified. A piercing scream came from her mouth. Kill! Eternal as one, the murderous intent was constant. Yi Xian's halberd smashed down towards Nuwa. The Tongtian's murderous aura stirred the entire starry sky. This attack would definitely take Nuwa's life. Senior brother Yuanshi, save me. Between life and death, great terror was born. In this kind of life and death crisis, Nuwa's face was deathly pale, and her forehead was dripping with cold sweat. She screamed at Yuanshi Tianzuan for help. Stop! Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly came to his senses. His sleeves fluttered violently as a stream of heavenly river shot towards Yi Xian, hoping to stop Yi Xian's killing blow. Bang! Although Yuanshi Tianzuan's attack was terrifying, Yi Xian's body was too strong. It only made Yi Xian stagger, but Yi Xian's punishing heaven halberd still pierced through Nuwa's chest with killing intent. Puff! The number one killing weapon of all time ruthlessly pierced through Nuwa's heart. A desperate and unwilling roar came from Nuwa's mouth. Boom! Yi Xian's face was cruel and sinister, and he had a terrifying smile on his face. He suddenly swung his halberd, and Nuwa's entire body was lifted up by the halberd. An extremely frightening scene appeared. Yi Xian used his halberd to fling Nuwa into the air. Mouthfuls of golden blood continuously spurted out from Nuwa's mouth. That magnificent golden blood scattered across the starry sky. Yi Xian had actually nailed Nuwa to death in the starry sky. Die! Yi Xian's halberd-wielding arms suddenly shook. The cold and ancient punishing heaven halberd was pulled out of Nuwa's chest. Blood spurted out, and Nuwa's desperate roar before she died rang out. Bang! The halberd moved the sky, and the darkness was boundless. Nuwa's body was disintegrating inch by inch. Following the sound of an explosion in the starry sky, she suddenly turned into a mist of blood. She truly died without a burial place. She died again. This this. Yi Xian's combat power is too terrifying. Junior sister Nuwa is no match for him at all. The sages spoke solemnly. Everyone looked at Yi Xian with a solemn expression, and then waited for Nuwa to reappear. At this moment, Yi Xian stood in the starry sky with his halberd. His entire being was emotionless, and he was carefully sensing Nuwa's aura. This was because he had already killed Nuwa with his punishing heaven halberd. Logically speaking, there was no doubt that she was dead. This was because Yi Xian knew one thing: the punishing heaven halberd was a chaos divine weapon that could kill all living things. In the past, the Jade Emperor was also known to be immortal, but in the end, he was killed by the punishing heaven halberd and was nailed to death on the southern heavenly gate. Silence, silence, extreme silence. The starry sky was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The sages were waiting for Nuwa to come back to life, and the quasi-sages of various orthodoxies were also waiting patiently. However, as time passed, everyone's originally calm expressions gradually changed. Shock, horror, heaviness, fear, and a deep sense of fear hidden in the depths of their eyes. Impossible. After a full 10 breaths of time, Yuanshi Tianzuan let out a trembling roar and looked at Yi Xian in horror. Dead. Nuwa is dead. The two sages of the west were pale, and their eyes were frozen. They could not believe that this was the result. This halberd is an item from beyond the heavens. Could it really kill a sage? Tong Tian muttered in shock. He was clearly shocked by the reality before his eyes. As the sages spoke, it was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. The quasi-sages of various orthodoxies panicked, and all sorts of fearful discussions could be heard. He killed a sage. Yi Xian actually killed a sage? Impossible, absolutely impossible. A heavenly sage is indestructible. How could he die so easily? Idiot, can't you see? The weapon in Yi Xian's hand is an item from beyond the heavens. It's not impossible for Nuwa to die under this halberd. The starry sky was in complete chaos. All sorts of discussions were spreading, but the only thing in common was that everyone looked at Yi Xian with extreme respect. The 33 layers of the heavenly court were cheering for Yi Xian's killing of the saint. The various orthodoxies' faces were pale and they didn't say a word. As for the saints, their brows were tightly furrowed, and their eyes were extremely heavy. At this moment, Yi Xian stood in the starry sky without a ripple. However, his brows were gradually knitted together, and his eyes flickered with disappointment. I didn't expect that even the heaven-destroying halberd couldn't kill you. Suddenly, Yi Xian sighed. He slowly turned around and looked behind him. He saw a speck of golden light growing, and Nuwa's figure condensed once again. She was looking at Yi Xian mockingly. The sages were overjoyed when they saw the resurrection of Nuwa. The heaviness in their eyes quickly faded away, and the orthodoxies cheered loudly. Everyone felt as though a huge burden had been lifted off their shoulders. A chaos divine weapon is indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that you can't really use it. Otherwise, I might really have died at your hands today, Nuwa said coldly. I knew it. Yi Xian nodded slowly. It was as if Nuwa's resurrection did not bring him too much disappointment. It was as if he had already expected this result. In fact, Yi Xian was only gambling. He was betting that the heaven-destroying halberd could kill Nuwa. Unfortunately, he lost the bet this time. In the past, the Jade Emperor was blessed with the fortune of the celestial court, and was known to be immortal. However, Yi Xian still nailed him to the southern heaven's gate with the heaven-destroying halberd. Yi Xian was also betting that the past could be repeated this time. Unfortunately, Yi Xian lost the bet this time. Nuwa was not the Jade Emperor. She was a heavenly sage. The heaven-destroying halberd was indeed terrifying, but it could not kill Nuwa. Yi Xian knew that it was not because the heaven-destroying halberd was not strong, and it was also not because the heaven-destroying halberd could not kill Nuwa. It was just as Nuwa said, he still had not completely mastered the heaven-destroying halberd. Chapter 920. The heavenly halberd was the #1 killing weapon of all time. It nurtured the power of nirvanic extermination, and the power of nirvanic extermination was the most terrifying part of the heavenly halberd. Yi Xian could only use the power of nirvanic extermination if he could control it. Killing Nuwa would be a piece of cake. It was mentioned before that the nirvanic armor and the heavenly halberd came from the same source. Yuan Ling wanted to use the power of karma to possess Yi Xian, but the nirvanic armor's power of nirvanic extermination failed. The nirvanic armor's defense was unparalleled. It automatically released the power of nirvanic extermination to protect its owner. However, the heavenly halberd was a killing weapon. Although it also nurtured the power of nirvanic extermination, it required Yi Xian to control it. Therefore, without the power of nirvanic extermination, Yi Xian could not use the heavenly halberd's power to kill everything. This allowed Nuwa to come back from the dead. In the starry sky, they faced each other across space. Nuwa's expression was cold. Yi Xian's expression was calm. However, an extremely oppressive atmosphere was growing. As long as the heavens do not collapse, saints will not die. This has been an unchanging rule since the beginning of time, Nuwa said calmly. However, she looked at Yi Xian as if she was looking at a dead man. Suddenly, Nuwa turned around and bowed to Yuanshi Tianzuan and the 2 saints of the West. Senior brothers, please understand. If Yi Xian doesn't get rid of us saints, we won't be at peace. I implore you 3 senior brothers to help me kill this demon. Nuwa will definitely remember this favor in the future. Nuwa lowered her posture and bowed to the 3 saints solemnly. This made Yuanshi Tianzuan and the 2 saints of the West hesitate. They did not know if they should agree to Nuwa's request. The 3 saints couldn't be blamed for hesitating. Yi Xian was no longer a weak person from the past, and he also had the cultivation of a saint. If they were to join forces to fight today, they would definitely become enemies with Yi Xian. This was the karma of a saint, so they had no choice but to treat it with caution. My 3 senior brothers, don't forget that you have also been tainted by Yi Xian's karma. Today, he can bully me like this. With his violent personality, how can he let you go in the future? Nuwa said coldly. Senior brother Yuanshi, don't forget that you and I once joined forces to kill Yi Xian. This Yi Xian has killed many of your disciples. You have long been his archenemy. Have you forgotten? Nuwa said directly to Yuanshi Tianzuan when she saw the 3 saints' hesitation. Senior brother Zhuan, the 2 of you once used the soul Buddha voice on him, causing Yi Xian to hold a grudge against you. Could it be that the 2 of you have forgotten about this as well? Nuwa reminded the 2 saints of the West. As Nuwa's words fell, the 3 saints' faces gradually darkened. A murderous intent flashed in their eyes. They were clearly moved by Nuwa's words. My 3 senior brothers, don't forget that we are saints of the heavenly path. We are immortal and indestructible. However, Yi Xian is just an alternative. He doesn't have the support of the heavenly path. As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to kill him. Moreover, Yi Xian still can't control the extraterrestrial item in his hands. If he really controls it and has the ability to kill us, how can he let us go? The 3 saints narrowed their eyes. They were already moved by Nuwa's words. Just as Nuwa said, Yi Xian was just an alternative. He didn't have the support of the heavenly path. As long as they worked together, they would definitely be able to kill him. Senior brothers, indecisiveness will only lead to trouble. Could it be that all of you have forgotten? If I had annihilated this person all those years ago, how could he have grown to his current state? Could it be that all of you want to repeat my old path? Rumble. 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 The moment Nuwa finished speaking, the three saints could no longer suppress the murderous intent in their hearts. They finally made a decision. Junior sister Nuwa is right. Yi Xian must die. Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly took a step forward. The heavenly path's holy light poured down in torrents. A mysterious Tao sound came from the heavens. An extremely terrifying murderous intent locked onto Nuwa. Amitba. The two saints of the West stepped forward and chanted a merciful Buddhist chant. If Yi Xian is not eliminated, the world will not be at peace. The four great saints, East, South, West, and North, faintly surrounded Yi Xian in the center. The terrifying heavenly law saint energy filled the air, and the vast and boundless starry sky was flickering, proving how terrifying the combined might of the four great saints was. Junior sister Hudu, although Yi Xian has helped you become a saint, don't forget that the ancient demon court has already submitted to him. He has already become the leader of the demon race. If he doesn't die today, the Magi will definitely be bullied in the future. Do you really want to see that happen? A woman's heart was the most poisonous. Although Nuwa was a heavenly path saint, she was still a woman. When she revealed her vicious plans, she directly instigated the saints present to join forces to kill Yi Xian. At this moment, the Hudu's expression was gloomy. Clearly, she was in a state of great hesitation. She looked at Yi Xian with cold killing intent from time to time, but there was also a hint of fear. To be honest, although Yi Xian had helped her become a saint, she had already fulfilled the three promises. She no longer had any saint karma with Yi Xian. Moreover, in the Huda palace, Yi Xian had taken back the Bell of Chaos for the Donghuang Tai. That had already made the Huda bear a grudge. Now, Nuwa's plan had moved the Hudu. Just as Nuwa had said, the ancient demon court had submitted to Yi Xian and he had become the leader of the demon race. The Magi and demon race were mortal enemies. If Yi Xian was allowed to continue, the Magi would definitely suffer a great calamity. That was definitely not what she wanted to see. Yi Xian, don't blame me for being heartless. You were too arrogant. Today, I can only let you down. The Hudu spoke gloomily. The sacred light of reincarnation rippled out and the saint's aura locked onto Yi Xian. Clearly, she had already made up her mind. Everything was silent and the starry sky was silent. 5 sages. A total of 5 sages surrounded Yi Xian. When this scene appeared, the orthodoxies and the 33-layered celestial court found it difficult to breathe. Celestial Emperor. The people of the celestial court let out a low roar. Their eyes were already red. Clearly, facing the encirclement of 5 sages, their minds were extremely shaken and they were extremely worried. Set up the Chaos Empyrean formation. Taishang Laojun roared and instantly moved the 33-layered celestial court. He immediately displayed the Chaos Empyrean formation. Clearly, he wanted to help Yi Xian. Set up the heavenly constellation formation. Donghuang Tai's eyes were red. At this moment, he let out an earth-shattering roar. The ancient demon court was completely activated. Billions of starlight poured down and the heavenly constellation formation was quickly taking shape. All of you, stand down. Suddenly, before the 2 heavenly constellation formations were activated, Yi Xian's cold and indifferent voice was heard. This also made the people of the celestial court change their expressions drastically. Celestial Emperor, you. Donghuang Tai asked in shock. Stand down. Yi Xian's voice was like heaven and earth. He did not allow Donghuang Tai to ask any questions. Let's stand down. We can't participate in the battle between the sages. If we do, we will only distract Yi Xian, the Empyrean fairy said softly. Chapter 921. Above the heavens, in the starry sky, the 5 saints traversed the starry sky. Tongtian's earth-shattering holy light filled the heavens and the earth, causing the world to tremble and the laws to riot. The saint's killing intent leaped out and suppressed Yi Xian. Do you think I, Tong Tian, am a dead man? Clang! 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 Tongtian's killing holy light penetrated the earth. Sword rays whistled in the starry sky as the four immortal slaying swords soared into the sky. An immortal slaying formation rotated in the starry sky and poured down the heavenly killing intent. There were even signs of the starry sky tearing apart. Thump! 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 The starry sky trembled and all living things wailed. Tong Tian was dressed in a green Taoist robe. He strolled in the starry sky towards Yi Xian. With every step he took, the killing holy light emitted from his body became more intense. Tong Tian, don't make a mistake. Niua's expression was cold as she loudly reprimanded. Junior Tong Tian, you are one of the three pure ones. Are you going to wallow in the mire with this evil demon? Yuanshi Tianzuan angrily rebuked. Amitabha. The two saints of the west chanted, if Yi Xian doesn't die, the heavens and earth won't be at peace. If you, Tong Tian, want to help the evildoer, then we have no choice but to offend you. Senior Tong Tian, you should step down. Huda gloomily advised. Ha! Tong Tian laughed maniacally with a contemptuous and mocking expression. You are all saints, yet you shamelessly want to fight 5 against 1. If I still sit by and do nothing, won't I be letting Yi Daoyu walk the same path as I did in the past? Tong Tian coldly rebuked as the killing holy light became more and more terrifying. During the war of investiture of the gods years ago, the 4 great sages had joined forces to break his fairy-slaying sword formation. They had even defeated him and forced him to hide in the aquamarine palace. This was the humiliation of his life. What Yi Xian had experienced today was very similar to what he had experienced in the past. How could Tong Tian just sit by and watch? Moreover, Tong Tian was well aware of a principle, which was that without the lips, the teeth would feel cold. Yi Xian had already achieved his Tao through another method. If he lost this ally, wouldn't Yuanshi Tianzuan and the others continue to grow in the future? Thank you, sect leader. Above the starry sky, Yi Xian thanked Tong Tian. He did not reject Tongtian's help because Yi Xian was not so arrogant as to think that he could take on 5 people alone. The heavenly path sages were immortal and indestructible. Niua's cultivation level was only second to last among the sages. Yuanshi Tianzuan alone was stronger than her, not to mention the terror brought about by the 5 great sages joining forces. Today, you and I will fight together. I want to see how capable the 5 great sages are. Tong Tian laughed loudly. He did not take the 5 great sages seriously at all. Junior brother Tong Tian, it seems like we will have to determine the victor today. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Senior brother Yuanshi, Hutu, and I will hold back Tong Tian. Senior brother Yuanshi, the 3 of you should kill Yi Xian as soon as possible. Niua said viciously. Rumble. The heavenly path sage's aura was filled with killing intent. The 5 great sages were attacking. Yi Xian and Tong Tian stood side by side. A great battle between the sages was about to break out, and this battle was destined to be remembered by all. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes drifted. Chaotic fog surrounded his body. He looked up at the starry sky as if he was immersed in some kind of memory. Scenes of the past appeared in his mind, and a bright smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Recalling the past, the eternal void sighed. The world was cold and the snow was majestic. That year, he was only a child. The Yi family's door was opened, and he was only 5 years old. He was chased out of the Yi family and shivered in the cold wind and snow. When he was 14 years old, he was terminally ill. At the last moment of his life, he roared at the injustice of the heavens and fought desperately in the Blood Sea battlefield to change his fate. When he was 18 years old, he returned to the mortal world with the cultivation of the tribulation stage. He killed strange beasts, pacified the mortal world, and killed his true love. He left the mortal world and severed his family ties. Traversing the mortal world, he finally became an immortal in the boundless mortal world and entered the earth immortal world that he yearned for. He rose from humble beginnings and recovered from the ashes. Yi Xian killed Yang Jian, destroyed Yu Ding, killed the 12 ancient golden immortals, destroyed the Jade Emperor, and exchanged for the celestial court. Along the way, he experienced too many life and death experiences. Grand Unity Mystic Immortal, Grand Unity Golden Immortal, Overarching Heavenly Supreme Immortal, Overarching Heavenly Mystic Immortal, Overarching Heavenly Golden Immortal. He slowly cultivated step by step until he achieved the cultivation of the 3 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. When he looked back, he saw a sea of blood and corpses everywhere. Behind him were tombs. Not only were his great enemies buried in the tombs, but also his old friends who had passed away. In the mortal world, Yi Xian's mother passed away, and his heart was filled with grief. His little sister, Yi Ling, and her family of 3 were the unforgettable pain in Yi Xian's heart. The white-robed peerless genius. Lu Bai worked hard for 400 years to create the inverse immortal array. Even though his soul was scattered between heaven and earth, his heroic spirit was always by his side. The unforgettable grief of the Moon Fairy, the scene of Sun Wukong transforming into the 5-colored divine stone to help him attain Tao, and the memory of Xue Jie's tragic death at the hands of Nuwa, there were too many memories. Yi Xian's memories kept surging. He was sometimes sad and sometimes happy. He was completely immersed in his world, as if he was reliving the path he had walked. Along the way, he had too many regrets and too much sadness. But there was also an indescribable warmth. He suddenly turned around and returned to reality. Yi Xian's eyes gradually became clear. The 5 great sages were walking towards him. The 5 Tongtian's murderous intents locked onto Yi Xian, causing him to gradually disperse these emotions. He became indifferent and silent. Only a wisp of Tongtian's murderous intent permeated the air. With a thought, there is love in all rivers and mountains. With a thought, there is no heart in the world. Yi Xian lowered his eyes and let out a long sigh. Do it. Rumble. Billions of miles of the starry sky were in a riot. Huge stars were shaking. Nuwa was the first to attack. The red embroidered ball left her hand and smashed directly towards the Tongtian. At the same time, Hudu followed closely behind. The sacred light of Samsara shattered the starry sky. The great sage technique left her hand and struck towards the Tongtian. You want to fight me with just the 2 of you? Tongtian roared loudly. The immortal slaying sword formation was directly activated and covered this part of the starry sky. The 4 immortal slaying swords shot out and slashed towards the 2 great sages with a murderous sword light that could destroy all things. Senior brother Yuanshi, quickly kill Yi Xian. Nuwa's heavenly Tao's sacred light burst forth to the extreme and kept knocking the 4 immortal slaying swords away. The heavenly Tao's sacred light shattered the starry sky for billions of miles. Countless huge stars exploded with a bang. Hutu was gloomy and silent. She directly separated Tongtian and Yi Xian. Waves of great reincarnation arts slammed towards the Tongtian. This also caused the 3 great sages to fiercely fight. The starry sky exploded and all things were annihilated. The destruction caused by the 3 great sages' fierce battle was simply terrifying. On the other side, Yi Xian was already facing Yuanshi Tianzuan and the other 2. Chapter 922. Yi Xian, it is indeed commendable that you can achieve the Tao in another way. Unfortunately, you are still no match for me, Yuanshi Tianzuan said indifferently. The Pangu banner appeared in his hand, and the surrounding starry sky was faintly collapsing. Amitba. The 2 sages of the west chanted, Brother Yuanshi, there is no need to say more. We will kill him. Rumble. The darkness was boundless and vast. Yi Xian stood with his halberd. His expression was extremely calm, so calm that there were no ripples. In the face of Yuanshi Tianzuan's contempt, he was even more indifferent. If I were you, I wouldn't say so much nonsense. Do you have the ability to kill me? Yi Xian said indifferently. Junior, I will send you on your way. Yuanshi Tianzuan smiled coldly. The Pangu banner flew out of his hand and directly became 10,000 feet long. The starry sky was exploding, and chaotic qi poured down in torrents. It directly smashed towards Yi Xian as if it was crushing an ant. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not an ant. He already had a cultivation comparable to that of a sage. The heaven-destroying halberd in his hand was shining, and Yi Xian also struck it out directly towards the Pangu banner. Bang! The starry sky collapsed, and cracks appeared everywhere. The two divine weapons collided and flew backwards, falling back into the hands of Yi Xian and Yuanshi Tianzuan. Take this. Jiayin put his palms together, and the 10,000 Dharma Buddhist kingdom grand spell fell towards Yi Xian. The void of the heavens was filled with the sound of Buddhist chanting. Kundi was even more shameless. The tree of 7 wonders was flawless as it strangely appeared behind Yi Xian and swept towards the top of his head. Let's see how capable you are. Yi Xian growled eerily. The halberd in his hand swung out, and the tree of 7 wonders was sent flying. His left palm turned into a fist and turned into a black light that directly shattered Jia Yin's 10,000 Dharma Buddhist kingdom. Kill! Yi Xian took a step forward, and the halberd came down from the sky, smashing towards Yuanshi Tianzuan's head. How dare you! Do you really think that I am as easy to bully as Junior Nua? Yuanshi Tianzuan coldly scolded, and waved his hand to unleash the prime clear grand spell. The holy light condensed by the power of the heavens and earth, and sent Yi and the heaven-destroying halberd flying. Yi and Yuanshi Tianzuan. His cultivation was more, his cultivation level was level. To be exact, he for was were his was for him was stronger than his was that. Our God. Yi was Yi that. Yi of was of him his. Yi his heaven. To say, to be. To be put, for him to of course. Of. Rumble. Yi Xian retreated 30,000 miles. Yuanshi Tianzuan's attack was too frightening. The prime clear grand art condensed by his opponent actually suppressed Yi Xian slightly. This made Yi Xian frown slightly. You're just a minor cultivator. Do you really think that no one in this world can keep you in check? Yuanshi Tianzuan proudly attacked. The Pangu banner shook the starry sky and the prime clear grand art suppressed the heaven and earth. The terrifying saint aura pressed down on Yi Xian while the 2 saints of the west stood side by side with Yuanshi Tianzuan. The combined pressure of the 3 made Yi Xian feel breathless. In the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man, if one were to talk about the understanding of Tao, it would undoubtedly be Tao Tianzuan and Lao Tzu. The second person would be Yuanshi Tianzuan. The heavenly 36 transformations, earthly fiend 72 transformations, and the art of 8-9. These Taoist divine arts were all taught by Yuanshi Tianzuan. From this, one could see how frightening Yuanshi Tianzuan was. It's getting more and more interesting. Yi Xian smiled malevolently. He took another step forward and the starry sky beneath his feet collapsed. The undying devil body was flawless. The heaven-destroying halberd in his hand violently smashed towards Yuanshi Tianzuan and the 2 saints of the west. Clang, clang, clang. With Yi Xian's physical body attacking, Yuanshi Tianzuan and the 2 saints of the west didn't dare to be careless. They had seen Yua's experience with their own eyes. They definitely wouldn't give Yi Xian a chance to fight in close combat. The 3 saints used their saint arts and clashed with Yi Xian. Bang! Yi Xian's figure was once again sent flying. The techniques of the three saints were too terrifying, especially the heavenly sovereign of primordial beginning, who seemed to be the embodiment of the Tao. Every single one of his attacks contained the supreme power of the heavens and earth, and every single one of his great techniques was unpredictable, causing Yi Xian to suffer greatly. Fortunately, Yi Xian was very familiar with the saint arts of the two saints of the West. These two baldies had taught Yi Xian everything they knew in the past. This gave Yi Xian a chance to catch his breath. However, when the three saints joined forces, Yi Xian was directly suppressed to a disadvantage. His entire body was constantly being pushed back, and every great technique he unleashed was easily neutralized by the three saints. Yi Xian wasn't a Tong Tian. He didn't have something as frightening as the god-slaying sword formation. He had just passed the three tribulations of the heavenly Tao. His cultivation was only on par with the two saints of the West. Against the three saints working together, he was immediately in danger. Of course, if Yi Xian could pass the four tribulations of the heavenly Tao, the outcome of today's battle would be uncertain. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was only at the three tribulations of the heavenly Tao. Although this battle wasn't a life-and-death battle, it was impossible for Yi Xian to fight three saints of the heavenly Tao alone. However, Yi Xian was a scheming person. Today's situation was within his expectations. He naturally had his own trump cards. He just needed an opportunity to kill. Bang! 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 The heavenly Lord Yuanshi traversed the starry sky, and the two saints of the West shone with the light of Buddha. The three saints joined forces to cast a saint spell that shattered the starry sky and annihilated countless stars. It was extremely terrifying. Yuanshi Tianzun alone gave Yi Xian immense pressure. In addition, the two saints of the West put Yi Xian in a tough battle. Bang! Yi Xian was once again sent flying. Faint cracks began to appear on his flawless body, and a trace of faintly discernible blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It wasn't that Yi Xian wasn't strong enough. It was that his opponents were too strong. Each of the three saints was stronger than Nuwa. The saint arts they used were even more terrifying. Even though his body was known to be number one in the three realms, he still showed signs of being defeated under the continuous attacks of the three saints. An ant will always be an ant. Your so-called alternative path is even more fragile. Yuanshi Tianzun smiled contemptuously. He looked at Yi Xian as if he was looking at a dead man. You can be on your way. The heavenly lord of the primordial beginning finally erupted with all of his cultivation. The supreme clear great art channeled the power of the heavens and earth, and the Pangu banner rumbled as it directly struck out at Yi Xian. Devil Slayer. The two saints of the West also unleashed their strongest attack. They sealed off Yi Xian's path of retreat. The saint light that drowned all things came straight for Yi Xian. Watch out! In the distance, Tong Tian pushed away Nuwa and Hutu with his sword. He wanted to save Yi Xian. However, Nuwa and Hutu fought with their lives on the line. The two killing swords pierced through their chests and blocked Tongtian's path. Rumble. The Buddha light drowned Yi Xian. The Pangu banner suppressed Yi Xian's head. The starry sky within billions of miles collapsed. Yi Xian was completely annihilated by the attacks of the three saints. Chapter 923. One strike from the three saints could destroy heaven and earth. This wasn't just a saying, it was the true terror of heaven and earth. No one could survive this attack from the three saints. Even if the opponent was a saint, they would still explode and die. Billions of miles of stars were crumbling and the boundless sea of stars was collapsing. The rotating stars were turning into ashes. No one could survive this. The quasi-saints of various orthodoxies and the celestial court had already retreated before the battle between the saints began. This was because they knew very well that the battle between the saints would take their lives. No one could withstand the shockwaves from the battle. Celestial Emperor. Some members of the celestial court cried in the starry sky on the opposite shore. They saw with their own eyes Yi Xian take the fatal blow from the three saints. An aura of grief and despair reverberated throughout the entire celestial court. Yi Xian wasn't a heavenly path saint. He couldn't come back from the dead like Nuwa. If he really died from the three saints' attack, then he was truly dead. There was no chance for him to come back from the dead. Ha! In the distance, Nuwa coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Her chest had been pierced through by the immortal ending sword. But when she saw Yi Xian die tragically under the three saints' attack, she couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Yi Xian, you little dog, you deserve to die. Nuwa laughed complacently. She couldn't control her excitement. Although Huda wasn't as excited as Nuwa, she was also secretly relieved. Yi Xian was finally dead. Despicable. Tong Tian felt like his heart and lungs were about to explode. He was clearly enraged. The immortal slaying four swords pierced through heaven and earth and attacked Nuwa and Hutu again. If it weren't for the two saints stopping him, he definitely could have saved Yi Xian. In the face of Tongtian's fury, Nuwa and Hutu, who were already seriously injured, did not dare to be careless. They unleashed all of their abilities to fight Tong Tian again. On the other side, Yuanshi Tianzuan stood proudly in the starry sky. The two saints of the west looked pleased, because the three of them could no longer sense Yi Xian's aura. This meant that the three of them had killed Yi Xian with their combined attack. Humph. Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted contemptuously. Not a saint, just an ant. That's right. The so-called way of achieving Tao is nothing but a crooked way. How can it be compared to us heavenly path sages? Zhuanti laughed out loud. Oh. Suddenly, a clear and cold voice rang out in their ears. An illusory figure strangely appeared behind them. The resplendent and dazzling fist seemed as if it wanted to shatter the starry sky as it smashed towards the three of them. Watch out! Jane was the first to come to his senses. His face turned pale in an instant. He tilted his body slightly and barely dodged the fist radiance. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Zhuanti had no time to react. A halberd-like and terrifying fist radiance descended on them one after another. Pfft! The great halberd crossed the sky and killed everything in its path. The sky-destroying halberd ruthlessly pierced Yuanshi Tianzuan's heart and sent him flying. Yuanshi Tianzuan also let out a terrified cry. Bang! The great devil fist could destroy everything. It also pierced through Zhuanti's chest, causing him to spit out blood. The tree of seven wonders in his hand fell to the ground. Die! Yi Xian strangely appeared in front of Yuanshi Tianzuan. The great halberd that had pierced through his body vibrated violently. As Yi Xian suddenly pulled out the great halberd, a stream of golden divine blood gushed out of Yuanshi Tianzuan's heart. The terrifying bloody hole was extremely frightening. Ah! Yuanshi Tianzuan screamed in horror. The divine light of the way of heaven was crumbling inch by inch. Yi Xian had given him a fatal blow, causing him to suffer great injuries. Bang! Blood rained down in the starry sky. Yuanshi Tianzuan was like a meteor crashing down on Chen Xing. Yi Xian did not even look at Yuanshi Tianzuan. He instantly appeared in front of Zhuanti and smashed his halberd down on Zhuanti's head. The halberd was so terrifying that it shattered the space and shattered the starry sky. Zhuanti had already suffered Yi Xian's fatal blow. At this moment, Yi Xian's halberd smashed down on his head, causing him to suffer a life-threatening calamity that he had never experienced before. Senior brother, save me! Zhuanti screamed in horror. However, the great halberd had already smashed down on his head, causing his head to explode into a cloud of blood mist. The remaining power of the sky-destroying halberd did not diminish and directly cut Zhuanti in half. Junior brother. This scene made Jane scream in anger. He angrily waved 1,000 Buddha palm at Yi Xian. However, it was offset by Yi Xian's halberd. In a split second, this scene happened extremely quickly. Yi Xian only completed it in a single breath and directly heavily injured the two saints. Puff! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. His physical body cracked like a spider web. Although he had injured the two sages, the joint attack of the three sages had also seriously injured him. If he had not used the forbidden primordial spirit void in time, he would have died at the hands of the three sages. Yi Xian had also been waiting for this opportunity. The three sages had indeed let down their guard, allowing him to deal the fatal blow to Yuanshi Tianzuan and Zhuanti. 10 feet 8 golden body. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from all directions in the starry sky. The saintly aura of the heavenly Tao filled the air. Zhuanti's broken body quickly fused together. The head that had exploded was also condensing. Yi Xian, you deserve to die. The furious voice of the heavenly lord of the primordial beginning could be heard. The prime clear grand art was whistling through the starry sky. With the power of the heavenly Tao supporting him, the heavenly lord of the primordial beginning walked out from the shattered star. How could there be any injuries on him? As long as the sages did not die and were supported by the heavenly Tao, this was an unsolvable situation. Yi Xian. In the distance, Tong Tian saw that Yi Xian was not dead and exclaimed excitedly. He pushed away Nuwa and Hutu with his sword and appeared in front of Yi Xian in an instant. Rumble. The starry sky was rioting and raging flames burned the sky. Yuanshi Tianzuan and the two sages of the west were approaching. Nuwa and Hutu strode over. Their injuries were completely healed with the support of the heavenly Tao. Tong Tian, you can't protect him. Yuanshi Tianzuan's face was extremely cold. Yi Xian's attack just now almost took his life. If he was not a heavenly Tao sage, he would have died in Yi Xian's hands. Yi Xian, you little brat, I want you to die today. Zhuanti no longer showed any mercy. His face was as gloomy as water and he wanted to tear Yi Xian into pieces. Senior brother Tong Tian, although you have the immortal slaying sword formation, you can't stop us. If you withdraw from the battle today, we will pretend that nothing happened, Nuwa said coldly. Are you threatening me? Tong Tian said coldly. However, there was a serious look in his eyes. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for him and Yi Xian. The five sages had joined forces. They were completely at a disadvantage and had no chance of winning. The immortal slaying sword formation was indeed very strong, but it could only resist 3 sages. If 4 sages joined forces, the formation would collapse. The most important problem was that Tong Tian was multitasking. He was worried about Yi Xian from time to time because Yi Xian was a different kind of cultivator. He did not have the support of the heavenly Tao. If he died, he would really die. However, the 5 sages were different. They had the support of the heavenly Tao and were immortal. Chapter 924. Where there's life, there's hope. You and I should retreat now. In the future, you and I can defeat them one by one and regain our dignity. Tong Tian and Yi Xian stood with their backs facing each other. He was secretly transmitting his voice to Yi Xian because this was the best way. Sect Master, do you trust me? Yi Xian's eyes were cold and gloomy. He looked at the 5 sages like a venomous snake, giving people the feeling that he was about to devour them. He was secretly communicating with Tong Tian. Of course I trust you. Tong Tian frowned. He didn't know why Yi Xian would ask such a boring question at such a critical moment. I need time. I might be able to break out of this predicament in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. I wonder if Sect Master can help me fight for this time. Yi Xian transmitted his voice solemnly. His eyes flickered with ferocious and gloomy killing intent. What do you want to do? Tong Tian was shocked when he heard Yi Xian's words. He could tell that Yi Xian wasn't speaking without thinking. The chilling and gloomy killing intent in his words made him extremely shocked. I have an item that can be said to be invulnerable. Even if the 5 sages attacked together, they couldn't break through its defense. It's just that this item is too heavy. With my current cultivation, I can only use it for an hour. However, it's enough to break out of my predicament, Yi Xian replied quickly. What? Tongtian's expression changed greatly. He secretly exclaimed in surprise. There's actually such a divine item in the world. That's why I need the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn to use this item. I hope Sect Master can help me fight for time, Yi Xian quickly explained. Alright, I'll do my best. Tong Tian nodded solemnly. He knew very well that it would be an extremely difficult battle for him to face 5 sages alone. Even the Immortal slaying sword formation wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He might even be killed by the 5 sages. Yi Xian, go to hell. Although the 5 sages did not know what Yi Xian and Tong Tian were talking about, they would never give them any chance. Yuanshi Tianzuan was the first to summon the Pangu banner and smashed it directly at Yi Xian. It was the same for the other 4 sages. They unleashed all kinds of numinous treasure arts towards Yi Xian, causing the outside of the 33 levels of heaven to be in a complete uproar. Good timing. Tong Tian roared. He pointed his sword at the sky and the Immortal slaying sword formation rose. The heavenly Tao's killing saint light spun around the entire starry sky. Billions of killing sword lights wove into terrifying formation runes. The 4 Immortal slaying swords soared into the sky. Together with the Immortal slaying sword formation, they rushed toward the 5 saints. Clang! Clang! The starry sky exploded, the great stars turned into ashes, and the streams of stars were shattered. The Immortal slaying sword formation rotated violently, and the 4 swords produced clanging noises that exploded the boundless starry sky, neutralizing the means of the 5 sages. Kill! Tong Tian went completely berserk. His black hair billowed in the wind, and he carried the Immortal slaying sword formation in front of Yi Xian. He blocked the 5 sages with his own strength and engaged them in battle. At the same time, Yi Xian didn't dare to delay. He formed a seal with his hands and his lips moved slightly. A mysterious chanting sound came from the void of the heavens. Wisps of black saint light revolved around his body, and from time to time, black thunderbolts could be seen flashing around him. Rumble! The starry sky exploded and disappeared. An extremely terrifying wave came from Yi Xian's body, as if a peerless ferocious beast was awakening from its slumber. The boundless starry sky gradually dimmed. Roar! It was as if the sea of chaos was exploding, as if an ancient desolate beast was roaring. Angry roars came from all directions in the starry sky. Thick black thunderbolts were produced out of thin air, and an aura that could suppress eternity slowly rippled from Yi Xian's body. Something's not right. There's something strange about Yi Xian. Yuanshi Tianzuan was one of the 3 pure ones. He had a deep understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth. When he noticed the strange phenomenon in this world and felt the terrifying aura emitted by Yi Xian, an extremely palpitating feeling grew in his heart. Quickly suppressed Tong Tian. Jiayin struck out a Buddhist kingdom grand technique and directly sent the Immortal slaying sword flying. Daoist Junti waved his wonderful tree of 7 treasures and instantly brushed away the Immortal trapping sword. Niwa Hutu directly sent the Immortal slaughtering sword and the Immortal extinguishing sword flying. They all felt that something was wrong. Yi Xian is brewing some kind of grand technique. We can't let him succeed. Yuanshi Tianzuan trembled and roared. This was because the wave coming from Yi Xian's body was becoming more and more terrifying, causing his saint heart to tremble uncontrollably. Clearly, the thing that Yi Xian was brewing was extremely terrifying. Kill! The five saints completely went berserk and attacked Tong Tian with all kinds of spiritual treasure arts. Tong Tian tried his best to resist, but the four immortal slaying swords kept wailing and terrifying cracks appeared on the immortal slaying sword formation floating above his head. Clearly, the sect leader of Tongtian's immortal slaying sword formation was useless against the joint attack of the five sages. Even the immortal slaying sword formation had begun to crumble. If the battle continued, the immortal slaying sword formation would definitely be broken by the five sages. At this time, only half of the incense stick's time had passed, and the prime of Tong Tian was already at a disadvantage. During this period, he had suffered countless attacks from the five saints, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Faster, faster, faster. Yi Xian crazily roared in his heart. The nirvana armor in his sea of consciousness was glowing. Streaks of black lightning flashed on the armor and slowly moved to the outside world. Die! Bang! The cosmos collapsed and the swords wailed. The five saints' joint attack directly shattered the immortal slaying sword formation. The four immortal slaying swords wailed and fell from the cosmos. The immortal slaying sword formation was connected to Tongtian's mind. Now that it was broken by the five saints, Tong Tian vomited blood. The killing light around him also collapsed. Ignore him. Kill Yi Xian. Niuhua screamed viciously. The red embroidered ball passed by Tong Tian and smashed towards Yi Xian with world-destroying power. Die! Yuanshi Tianzuan's Panggu banner exploded the cosmos. It passed through the barrier of space and appeared before Yi Xian, obliterating him. The two saints of the West and Hudu followed closely behind. Buddhist palms fell and the sacred light of reincarnation surged. The cosmos within 100 million miles turned into a vacuum. This was a fatal blow. It was also a sure-kill blow because no one in the world could withstand the five saints' joint attack. Yi Xian. Tong Tian roared unwillingly. His eyes were as red as blood. There was still a third of the time left. Yi Xian still hadn't summoned the supreme treasure he spoke of. How could he block the five saints' fatal attack? Niuhua laughed viciously. Yuanshi Tianzuan growled coldly. The two saints of the West were excited. Hudu's eyes were gloomy and excited. It was as if she could already see Yi Xian dying at their hands. Nirvana armor. Suddenly, when the attacks of the five saints engulfed Yi Xian, a roar that shattered the heavens and earth sounded out. What happened next completely stunned the five saints on the spot. Even the Grandmaster of Heaven was rooted to the spot. Buzz. A breeze quietly appeared in the cosmos. A black thunderbolt flashed in the cosmos. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Space seemed to be frozen at this moment. However, a black thunderbolt poured down from the cosmos. A ferocious beast flashing with black thunderbolts rushed out. Roar! It was ferocious and ferocious. It was as if a ferocious god that had been sleeping for countless years was slowly awakening. Just one roar from it was enough to make the hearts of the five great saints tremble. It was as if there was a pair of eyes staring at them coldly and mercilessly. Dong, dong, dong. Like the beating of a war drum, like the awakening of an ancient fierce god, a series of rhythmic footsteps came. Yi Xian walked out of the heavenly Tao's sacred light. The five saints' spiritual treasures were sent flying, constantly emitting wails. The saint's hand that obliterated Yi Xian quickly collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 925. It was as heavy as the heavens and earth, and as indestructible as a chaotic divine mountain. This was the legendary Nirvana armor. A ferocious ghost face was engraved on the black armor. The ghost face seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time, causing one to feel extremely horrified at a glance. When one stared at the ghost face, one's soul would feel as if it was being pulled in, giving one a dizzy feeling. Yi Xian was wearing the Nirvana armor. The armor was as black as ink, shiny and frightening. Mysterious runes were spread out on the Nirvana armor, and an extremely terrifying roar resounded in the void. Thump, thump, thump. It was as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was cracking. Yi Xian slowly walked towards the 5 saints. However, with every step he took, the starry sky beneath his feet collapsed terrifyingly. It was as if he was carrying the entire sky as he walked forward. The 5 saints' faces were gloomy. They didn't know what Yi Xian was wearing, but with a single glance, they could feel that the black armor on Yi Xian's body was extremely strange. It made them feel as if they couldn't breathe. Kill! Nuwa was the first to attack. Her left hand condensed a saint's great technique, and her right hand threw out the innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidered ball, directly at Yi Xian. At the same time, the other 4 saints followed closely behind. Yuanchi Tianzuan was even more terrifying. The Pangu banner shook the starry sky and suppressed Yi Xian with an aura that could obliterate all things. The 2 saints of the west and Hudu each used their great killing techniques and bombarded Yi Xian. Rumble. The heavens and earth were turned upside down, and the sun and moon lost their light. The 5 saints attacked once again. The vast and surging heavenly Tao saint power violently surged in the boundless starry sky. The terrifying scene was indescribable. You're courting death. Suddenly, Yi Xian let out a gloomy roar. He actually didn't dodge and allowed the attacks of the 5 great saints to drown him. However, what happened next caused all living beings to tremble, and they couldn't believe their own eyes. What did they see? The spirit treasures of the 5 great saints flew out once again. All sorts of saint-killing moves were destroyed the moment they touched Yi Xian. Black lightning circled around Yi Xian's body, making him look boundlessly imposing, as if he was the most resplendent star in the world. How is this possible? Nuwa screamed. She couldn't believe her eyes. Yi Xian was unscathed in the face of the combined killing moves of 5 saints. This made her fall into a nightmare that she couldn't wake up from. His armor, there's something wrong with his armor. Yuanchi Tianzuan trembled and growled, his eyelids twitching violently. What kind of treasure is this? How can it stop us? The 2 saints of the west were trembling in fear as they murmured to themselves. Their hearts were full of regret. Could it be that Yi Xian is a man of destiny? Is he really unkillable? Hudu's face was pale. She looked at Yi Xian with fear in her eyes. Ha! Just as the 5 saints were shocked, Tong Tian laughed wildly. Although there was blood at the corner of his mouth and the immortal slaying sword formation was broken by the 5 saints, his face was full of excitement. Thank you, Hierarch, for buying time for me. Next, I will personally meet the 5 saints. Indifferent, emotionless, gloomy, and low, Yi Xian didn't give the 5 saints any time to react. He took a step forward, causing the entire universe to tremble. Then, he appeared in front of Nuwa in an eerie manner. Die! His fist suppressed the world. His fist radiance illuminated the past and present. With the Nirvana battle armor on, Yi Xian looked completely different. It was as if he was a different person. He gave off a majestic aura that could crush the universe. How dare you! Yuanchi Tianzuan's expression changed slightly. He struck out with the Pangu banner again. The 2 saints of the west and Hudu followed closely behind. The 4 saints joined forces and attacked Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't dodge at all in the face of the 4 saints' attack. His fist radiance was still shining as it crashed down on Nuwa with a mighty force that could destroy the world. Ah! Nuwa couldn't dodge Yi Xian's attack at all. This also made her hurriedly condense the heavenly Tao holy light to block it. However, Yi Xian's strength was too terrifying. This punch directly shattered Nuwa's heavenly Tao holy light and even blew her head apart. Rumble! At the same time, the four saints' joint attack also landed on Yi Xian's body. However, the Nirvana battle armor was too terrifying. The surrounding black lightning was like a mysterious law that directly turned the four saints' attacks into nothingness. They couldn't cause any damage to Yi Xian at all. It was as heavy as the heavens. This was the best description of the Nirvana battle armor. Boom! Yi Xian completely ignored the four saints. His fists were like stars that filled the sky as he bombarded Nuwa with a domineering force. He directly shattered Nuwa's body and turned her into a bloody mist. You deserve to die. Yi Xian had blasted Nuwa into the starry sky. Even the four saints couldn't stop him. This was simply a slap to the four saints' faces. Yuanshi Tianzuan completely went berserk as a heaven-burning roar came from his mouth. Buzz! With the support of the heavenly Tao, the saints wouldn't die. In just an instant, Nuwa's body condensed again. However, this was already her third resurrection. Her face was extremely pale as she looked at Yi Xian with eyes filled with extreme fear and hatred. Die! Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward and charged towards Nuwa again. This also caused Nuwa's expression to change drastically. She immediately ignored her face and called for help from Yuanshi Tianzuan and the others. Senior brother, save me! Rumble! The boundless starry sky completely erupted. Nuwa's body was enveloped by the heavenly Tao's holy light as she immediately fled into the distance. She didn't dare to let Yi Xian get close to her. Otherwise, her body would definitely be blasted apart by Yi Xian again. On the other hand, Yi Xian seemed to be possessed. He only chased after Nuwa and attacked her, completely ignoring the attacks of the four great sages. It was as if he wouldn't stop until he killed Nuwa. The two figures, one chasing and the other fleeing, continued to erupt outside the 33rd heaven. The four great sages looked at each other in dismay, but their expressions were extremely ugly. Yi Xian's armor can't be broken at all. However, his cultivation hasn't improved at all. We just can't hurt him. Yuanshi Tianzuan immediately exposed Yi Xian's current state. Since we can't hurt him or kill him, we can only capture him and seal him in the depths of the starry sky. This is the only way to end today's battle. Jiayin said gloomily. Senior brother Jiayin is right. However, Yi Xian's cultivation is comparable to a sage's. Even if we want to seal him, what kind of instrument can suppress him? Zhuanti frowned and said. Calm down. Look at what this is. Yuanshi Tianzuan smiled coldly. With a flip of his hand, a shiny silver bracelet appeared in his hand. A Vajra bracelet? Zhuanti's expression changed greatly. He exclaimed and looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan in shock. Zhuanti wasn't the only one who was shocked. The other three sages were the same. This Vajra bracelet was the most precious treasure of Dao Tianzuan and Lao Tzu, the head of the three pure ones. However, it had now appeared in the hands of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Chapter 926. In the past, my senior brother roamed the universe and said that he wanted to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. I borrowed this Vajra bracelet and kept it with me. I didn't expect it to be of great use today. Yuanshi Tianzuan smiled proudly. The Vajra bracelet is a treasure for trapping people and can be said to be indestructible. With the cultivation of the five great saints and this treasure, we can definitely capture Yi Xian and suppress him in the depths of the starry sky. Zhuanti chimed in. Although the Vajra bracelet is the best treasure for trapping people in the three realms, Yi Xian's physical body is unparalleled and his cultivation is comparable to us heavenly path saints. Although this treasure can trap him for a while, it requires the five of us to support him with our sacred power every 1,000 years before we can seal him. Zhuanti said in a low voice. We can't care so much now. If we allow Yi Xian to be lawless, we saints will lose face. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. The four great saints used an extremely short period of time to discuss and finally decided on a method to deal with Yi Xian. In the distance, Tong Tian had been vigilant against the four of them. When he saw the Vajra bracelet in Yuanshi Tianzuan's hand, his expression changed drastically. It was as if he had guessed Yuanshi Tianzuan's thoughts. Yi Xian, be careful of the Vajra bracelet. Tong Tian anxiously transmitted his voice. Yi Xian's figure in the boundless starry sky paused slightly, but he continued to chase after Nuwa. The killing techniques in his hands and the dazzling fist radiance in his hands were even more terrifying. Nuwa was in an extremely sorry state. Faced with Yi Xian's pursuit, she could not fight back at all. She could not defeat him and could not escape. Nuwa felt extremely humiliated. However, no one noticed that while Yi Xian was chasing after Nuwa, traces of faintly discernible black thunderbolts intertwined in the starry sky and faintly sealed the space within 1,000,000 miles. Of course, this change was extremely subtle. If one did not pay attention, they would not be able to detect it. Stop! Suddenly, the four sages came together and blocked Yi Xian's path. Nuwa finally got a chance to catch her breath and stood together with the four sages. Yi Xian, I have to admit that you are indeed very strong. You are qualified to stand on equal footing with us sages. Unfortunately, you are too arrogant and do not put us sages in your eyes at all. Today, I will let you have a taste of the power of the diamond bracelet. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. He suddenly struck out with the diamond bracelet. The bright silver light was extremely dazzling, and it actually imprisoned Yi Xian's body in an instant. This process was extremely smooth, and Yi Xian didn't even have the slightest resistance. Ha! Seeing Yi Xian trapped by the diamond bracelet, Nuwa laughed out loud. Her gaze instantly turned sinister. The four sages sealed off the space around them. An extremely terrifying heavenly Tao sacred power was added to the diamond bracelet to prevent Yi Xian from escaping. They only trapped Yi Xian and didn't kill him. They sealed Yi Xian in the depths of space and strengthened the sacred power every 1,000 years. This was the four sages' plan. Even though Yi Xian's black armor was a defensive treasure, they didn't kill Yi Xian. Naturally, they ignored the Nirvana armor's defensive power. Yi Xian. Tong Tian roared in shock and anger. He had clearly warned Yi Xian to be careful. Why was Yi Xian still so careless and allowed himself to be imprisoned by the diamond bracelet? Celestial the Arch. On the other side of the starry sky, the 33rd Celestial Court was watching the battle through the mysterious heaven mirror. When they saw Yi Xian being imprisoned by the diamond bracelet, a look of panic appeared on everyone's face. Only one person's expression didn't change. Instead, he had a mocking smile on his face. And this person was Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. On the other side of the starry sky, Nuwa strolled in front of Yi Xian. Her dignified and noble face was filled with a sinister look. The way she looked at Yi Xian was even more sinister. Yi Xian, even if I can't kill you, I'll suppress you in the depths of space forever. I'll make sure you're never reincarnated, Nuwa growled hatefully. Today, she had been repeatedly beaten by Yi Xian. She had been beaten up 3 times by Yi Xian. This also made Nuwa the biggest joke among the saints. It was also the shame of her life. How could Nuwa not hate Yi Xian to the extreme? Nuwa laughed loudly and was extremely pleased with herself. Her originally pale face also became rosy. She kept pacing in front of Yi Xian. The way she looked at Yi Xian became even more sinister. At this moment, Yi Xian was imprisoned by the diamond bracelet. His face was expressionless. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Nuwa with a sinister look in his eyes. Seeing the smile on Yi Xian's face, Nuwa's heart skipped a beat. She put on a strong front and scolded him, "Little dog, you're about to die. You still dare to laugh." Suddenly turning around, Niuhua bowed to Yuanshi Tianzun and said, "Senior brothers, junior sister Hutu, this Yi Xian has repeatedly humiliated me. If we just seal him like this, it'll be too easy on him. Why don't we first put him into the primal chaos lightning fire and let him suffer?" Before Niuhua could finish her words, she suddenly stopped because she suddenly saw the four saints' faces turn pale. Their pupils contracted to the extreme. It was as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. Not good. Niuhua was only stunned for a moment. She suddenly felt a pair of extremely sinister eyes staring at her from behind. This also made her quickly turn around to look at Yi Xian. However, when she saw the scene behind her, her entire body became numb. Her body and mind trembled to the extreme. What did Niuhua see? Yi Xian was still smiling at her. However, the strange thing was that the Vajra bracelet that was originally trapping him had appeared in his hand. Furthermore, Yi Xian's lips were moving slightly, as if he was chanting some kind of mysterious mantra. "Go!" Yi Xian suddenly roared. His face was filled with cruelty. Before Niuhua could react, the Vajra bracelet in Yi Xian's hand instantly imprisoned Niuhua on the spot. However, this was not the end. Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward and appeared directly in front of the four saints. He swept the heaven-destroying halberd in his hand. The heaven-destroying halberd's power exploded from the heaven-destroying halberd. The four saints did not dare to take this attack head-on. They immediately retreated 1,000,000 miles. Rumble. The power of the halberd caused the starry sky to explode. Large planets were reduced to dust and smoke, completely blocking the vision of the four saints. How is this possible? 1,000,000 miles away, Yuanshi Tianzun trembled as he muttered. He could not believe what he had just experienced. He could not understand how the Vajra bracelet, which had clearly trapped Yi Xian, ended up like this. It's him. Suddenly, Yuanshi Tianzun had a flash of inspiration. He abruptly looked towards the 33rd heaven of the celestial court. However, he saw Taishan Laojun, who was wearing a purple-gold bagua robe, smiling at him. "How dare you, a mere good corpse, ruin the plans of us saints?" Yuanshi Tianzun flew into a rage. It was as if he had suffered a great humiliation. He wanted nothing more than to charge towards the celestial court alone and destroy Taishan Laojun's soul. The truth was revealed. Everything was revealed. The three saints also finally understood everything. Everyone's expression became extremely ugly. They were saints, yet they had forgotten such a huge oversight. Taishan Laojun was originally the good corpse of Dao Tianzun, Lao Tzu. He also had Lao Tzu's memories. The Vajra bracelet was originally something that belonged to Lao Tzu, so Taishan Laojun naturally knew the chant to activate this treasure. Obviously, Yi Xian had just heard Tongtian's reminder and directly transmitted his voice to Taishan Laojun. He had obtained the method to activate the Vajra bracelet, which led to the scene just now. Everything was within Yi Xian's calculations. The four saints went for wool and came home shorn. It could be said that they had been slapped in the face by Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, you deserve to die." The four great saints were furious to the extreme as they charged towards Yi Xian. However, before they could return, what happened next caused them to be completely stunned on the spot. Black lightning sealed the heavens and trapped the earth. Black runes intertwined in the starry sky for millions of miles. Black lightning flashed in the starry sky. The black armor that Yi Xian was wearing actually floated in the starry sky, completely covering millions of miles of the starry sky. What's going on? Bang! The four saints were bewildered. Kundi immediately shot out a beam of worldly sacred light, but the intertwining black lightning instantly annihilated his attack. Separating the heavens and the earth, sealing all directions. Yuanshi Tianzun roared in shock. His face instantly turned pale. He suddenly looked in Yi Xian's direction and saw that Yi Xian's Nirvana battle armor was no longer there. He was panting heavily as sweat rolled down his forehead. He seemed to have lost all his strength. The Nirvana battle armor was indeed very strong and could withstand the attacks of the 5 saints. However, with Yi Xian's cultivation of the 3 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, he could only barely use it for a short period of time. He could not wear the Nirvana battle armor for a long period of time. Furthermore, Yi Xian had never planned on wearing the Nirvana battle armor to fight the 5 saints. This was because he knew very well that if he continued fighting like this, he would only be defeated and flee in the end. In fact, Yi Xian's true goal was to use the Nirvana battle armor to isolate the heavens and the earth. This was also one of his plans. Only by doing so could he resist the 4 saints for a period of time and give him a chance to kill a saint. Yes, kill a saint. Kill Nuwa and let her soul scatter. Chapter 927. Kill a saint. It was a horrifying word and an impossible thing to achieve. However, Yi Xian was an extremely shrewd person. From the moment he joined the heaven-mending banquet, he had already come up with many plans to kill Nuwa. Whether it was instigating the 2 demon emperors, unifying the 3 realms, or even the 5 saints, everything was under his control. As everyone knew, saints were unkillable. Yi Xian had destroyed Nuwa's body 3 times in a row, proving this terrifying legend. However, as mentioned before, Yi Xian came with the determination to kill Nuwa. He naturally had his own methods to kill Nuwa, but Yi Xian wasn't too sure if they would succeed. Yi Xian was a very smart person. He rarely did things that he wasn't confident in. Although he only had a 50% chance of killing Nuwa, it was enough for him to gamble this time. The only chance to kill Nuwa was the Nirvana armor. Yes, it was the Nirvana armor. The Nirvana armor contained the power of Nirvana. It had once helped him block Yuan Ling's karmic attack. It was a mysterious power that surpassed the grand Tao of heaven and earth. As mentioned before, there were many powers in this world. There were a few mysterious laws that very few people could control. It could even be said that they were impossible to control. The power of time and space, the power of space, the power of chaos, the power of nirvana, the power of karma, the power of destiny, the power of nirvana represented destruction. If Yi Xian could control the power of nirvana, he could definitely kill Nuwa. Unfortunately, Yi Xian couldn't control the power of nirvana. Yi Xian couldn't use the power of nirvana from the nirvana armor either, so it was impossible for him to kill Nuwa with it. Although he couldn't control the power of nirvana, it didn't mean that Yi Xian couldn't kill Nuwa. When he chased after Nuwa with the nirvana armor, he used a formation to seal off the space within 1,000,000 miles. The aura of nirvana from the nirvana armor also isolated the space within 1,000,000 miles. Coincidentally, the heavenly lord of the primordial beginning had used the Vajra bracelet to help Yi Xian, allowing him to trap Nuwa with it. After that, he didn't hesitate to activate the nirvana battle armor to completely isolate the starry sky for millions of kilometers. The formation runes intertwined with the nirvana armor. With the nirvana armor as the formation core, it turned into a starry sky formation that completely isolated the space within 1,000,000 miles. Even if the 4 saints worked together, they would still need some time to break it. Separating the heavens and earth, sealing off all directions. When the nirvana armor stretched across the starry sky within 1,000,000 miles turned into a world. The heavenly Tao laws didn't appear, and the heaven and earth powers couldn't enter. Without the augmentation of the heavenly Tao, Nuwa naturally didn't have the ability to revive. This was also the only way for Yi Xian to kill her. Bang! 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 The 4 saints constantly bombarded the barrier enveloped by the nirvana armor. The explosions that shook the starry sky for billions of miles rumbled, but they couldn't break the starry sky formation that Yi Xian had painstakingly set up. In the starry sky formation, Yi Xian's face was pale as he panted heavily. Although he had transcended the three tribulations of the heavenly Tao and had a cultivation comparable to a saint, wearing the nirvana armor for a long period of time put a huge burden on him. Furthermore, he had set up this starry sky formation and used the nirvana armor as the formation core to isolate the entire world. It had consumed a lot of his cultivation. Huff, huff, huff. Yi Xian panted heavily as his expression gradually turned gloomy. He walked towards Nuwa as a sinister and cold smile quietly curled up on his lips. Nuwa. For the diamond bracelet to become a treasure in the hands of Dao Tianzuan and Lao Tzu, it was naturally extraordinary. This diamond bracelet firmly imprisoned Nuwa on the spot, and it wouldn't be easy for her to break free from its restraints. Yi Xian, what did you do? Nuwa's face was pale as her eyes trembled. An extremely flustered voice came from her mouth as she looked at Yi Xian with an extremely fearful gaze. Nuwa couldn't be blamed for being in such a state. At this moment, she couldn't feel the augmentation of the heavenly Tao at all, nor could she use any of the heaven and earth powers. This made her extremely fearful. As long as the heavenly Tao doesn't collapse, the saints won't die. Yi Xian strolled in front of Nuwa. His lips curled into a cruel smile as he said these words in a mocking tone. Yi Xian, as long as you stop now, you and I won't interfere with each other's business from now on. Nuwa's saint heart was beating violently. It was as if there was a voice in the unseen world telling her that she would suffer an extremely terrible calamity. This calamity might even take her life. What am I doing? Yi Xian smiled, but his smile was abnormally cold. His eyes were extremely scarlet, as if he had turned into a ferocious beast that was about to devour a person. Of course I'm going to dig out your saint heart and destroy the foundation of your great Tao. Tell me, what else can I do? Yi Xian whispered cruelly, the excitement on his face growing stronger. Poof! Suddenly, under Nuwa's stunned and horrified gaze, Yi Xian raised his hand and abruptly thrust it into Nuwa's heart, causing Nuwa to scream miserably. Blood, blood, golden blood. It was also known as the blood of a saint. The golden blood slowly flowed out of Nuwa's heart while Yi Xian's hand cruelly stirred up Nuwa's heart. When this scene appeared before the eyes of the four saints, they immediately froze as if their souls had frozen. Stop! Yuanshi Tianzuan roared in shock and fury. He violently attacked the celestial formation, but the Nirvana battle robe was simply too invincible. With it as the core of the celestial formation, Yuanshi Tianzuan couldn't break through it no matter how hard he tried. At the same time, on the other side of the starry sky, the quasi-saints of the various orthodoxies were in an uproar. There were even large amounts of gasps coming from them. Everyone looked at Yi Xian with eyes filled with extreme horror. Cruel, ruthless, sinister, merciless, all sorts of negative words were applied to Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian seemed to have become a synonym for terror, causing all the quasi-sages of the various orthodoxies to be terrified to the extreme. Mount Buzhou, the 33rd Celestial Court. The crowd was in an uproar as their roars shook the heavens. Whether it was the immortals or the demon kings, when they saw Yi Xian's palm pierce through Nuwa's heart, all sorts of excited roars soared into the sky. Within the celestial formation, Nuwa was tightly bound by the Vajra bracelet. She was coughing out blood continuously, but her eyes were filled with fear as she looked at Yi Xian, cursing him viciously. Yi Xian, you little dog. I'm a heavenly Tao saint. You can't kill me. Arg! All of a sudden, Nuwa's curses came to a stop as a tragic cry rang out. Yi Xian's palm was slowly pulled out from Nuwa's heart, and a resplendent golden saint's heart appeared in Yi Xian's hands. Impossible. Impossible. Nuwa's 3,000 black strands of hair were in a mess, as if she'd turned into a madwoman. When she saw that Yi Xian had actually dug out her sacred heart, she fell into extreme fear, and her eyes couldn't help but reveal an extremely horrified expression. Chapter 928. The so-called Sacred Heart was just a general term. It was not something that truly existed. It was the product of a saint's own laws and Tao. But what did Nuwa see? Yi Xian had personally dug out her sacred heart from her body and materialized her laws and Tao. This made Nuwa extremely terrified. Pfft. With her sacred heart dug out, Nuwa's aura suddenly weakened. Blood kept flowing out from the corner of her mouth. Even her eyes were gradually losing focus. A weak aura of death spread out. When this scene appeared, the stars in all directions were dead silent. The four saints' attacks on the galaxy array came to an abrupt halt. They could not believe what they were seeing. What a sacred heart of colored glass! What pure power! In the galaxy array, Yi Xian's eyes were extremely infatuated. It was as if he was admiring a peerless treasure. He exclaimed in admiration. "Give me back my sacred heart!" Nuwa screamed. Having lost her sacred heart, her cultivation was rapidly draining away. The heavenly path's sacred light was collapsing inch by inch. The fear in her eyes was extremely thick. This is a saint's sacred heart. It was as if Yi Xian did not hear Nuwa's scream. He was still obsessively studying the sacred heart in his hand. It was as if he had obtained a treasure that he loved so much that he could not bear to part with it. Yi Xian. I beg you. I beg you. Nuwa coughed up blood. She no longer had the arrogance she used to have. Her face was as pale as paper. She looked at Yi Xian with great pleading and an indescribable fear in her eyes. She was really scared. She was really scared. At this moment, Yi Xian was like a peerless demon in her eyes, and she was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. She could be swallowed by him at any time. The holy light was resplendent and the energy was pure. A sacred heart circulated in Yi Xian's hand, emitting a flawless holy light that contained more than half of Nuwa's cultivation. If there is anything in this world that can be called a true treasure, I think a saint's sacred heart should be worthy of that title. Yi Xian's expression was extremely strange. His smile became even more cruel. When this scene appeared before everyone's eyes, an extremely frightening feeling grew in everyone's heart. What is he doing? Tao Lord Landia, far away in the galaxy, said in a trembling voice. This Yi Xian can't be. The Immortal of the South Pole's face was pale. What a terrifying person. Zhen Yuanzi clenched his fists, his eyes trembling. Heaven Emperor, he can't be. Kuan Peng on the side of the heavenly court said in horror. Inside the starry sky formation, Yi Xian's eyes were still infatuated. The sacred heart rotated in his hand, but a silent terror invaded Nuwa's mind. No. You dare. Suddenly, Nuwa screamed. The four saints' eyes turned red and they roared. Even the Tong Tian was stunned. Because what happened next made them fall into a nightmare that they could not wake up from. A colored glass sacred heart was nurtured by Nuwa's cultivation, and it contained her laws and Tao. However, such a resplendent and flawless sacred heart was actually swallowed by Yi Xian in a single gulp. Tribulation Transcender Transformation. Yi Xian roared to the sky. His expression was cruel and ferocious. He had not used the Tribulation Transcender transformation for a long time. The sacred heart instantly turned into a pure power that poured into his limbs and bones. His aura rose terrifyingly. Not only was his lost cultivation restored in an instant, but his own aura also rose violently. You demon, you will die a horrible death. You will be destroyed by the heavenly Tao. You will never be reincarnated. Nuwa witnessed her body and mind being swallowed by Yi Xian. This kind of mental blow made her feel worse than death. She roared with resentment. I swallowed the sacred heart. My life is in my own hands. Yi Xian laughed cruelly. His roar was deafening. He had swallowed Nuwa's sacred heart. Not only did his cultivation return to its peak state, but his 3 tribulations of the heavenly Tao had also reached the peak. He was only one step away from transcending the 4 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. Yi Xian, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Yuanshi Tianzuan flew into a rage. He had witnessed this terrible scene with his own eyes. This simply terrified his soul to the extreme. He now regarded Yi Xian as his #1 enemy. It must be known that the sacred heart of a saint was just an illusory substance. It did not have a physical body at all. It only contained the Tao of a saint. However, Yi Xian could actually materialize the sacred heart and swallow it. This was simply unimaginable. As the saying goes, without the lips, the teeth would feel cold. Today, Yi Xian could swallow Nuwa's sacred heart. Would he also be able to swallow the sacred hearts of these saints in the future? Thinking of such a terrifying result, not only was the heavenly sovereign of primordial beginning terrified, the other saints also had the same thought. Not only was there a strong killing intent in their eyes when they looked at Yi Xian, there was also an indescribable fear. The strong are as heavy as a mountain, the weak crawl like a dog. What can you do to me? Yi Xian laughed wildly. He glanced at the 4 saints with contempt. Then, he suddenly turned to look at Nuwa. His cruel and sinister eyes made Nuwa's heart tremble. You! What else do you want? After all, Nuwa was a heavenly saint. Even though her sacred heart had been dug out, she would not die so easily. However, when she saw Yi Xian's cold and cruel eyes, her heart trembled unconsciously. A great terror of life and death attacked her. What else do I want? Yi Xian smiled. His smile was very cruel and very proud. However, in Nuwa's eyes, his smile was indescribably terrifying. It made her want to break free from the confinement of the Vajra bracelet and escape from this terrifying place. What happened in the past is the result of today. In the past, you repeatedly tried to kill me and even humiliated me. You didn't expect today's result, did you? Yi Xian's ferocity was no longer there. He gradually calmed down. He even paced in front of Nuwa as if he was talking about something very casual. However, those who knew Yi Xian knew that every time Yi Xian became calmer, it meant that something extremely terrifying was about to happen. Yi Xian, you can't kill me. I am a heavenly saint. I am an immortal existence. Nuwa trembled as she shouted. She felt more and more afraid. The source of this fear was simply unbearable. The so-called heavenly saint is just a fake saint. In order to become a heavenly saint, you need 2 things. The first is the merit of heaven and earth. The second is the primordial purple qi. Mother Nuwa, am I right? Yi Xian spoke with assurance. His voice grew calmer. Suddenly turning around, Yi Xian looked gently at Nuwa and said, but if I extract the primordial purple qi from your body, I wonder if you will still be a heavenly saint. Silence. Silence. A deathly silence. When Yi Xian finished speaking, not only was Nuwa speechless, even the 4 great saints and the Grand Master of Heaven were stunned on the spot. However, a silent terror was quietly growing within them. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.